Delegates and guests, please take your seats. Delegates and guests, please take your seats. Delegates and guests, please take your seats. Please welcome Democratic National Committee Chair Jamie Harrison and Democratic National Convention Co-Chair Mayor Mitch Landrieu.
Welcome back, Democrats! To chair today's session, I'm proud to pass the gavel to co-chair Mayor Mitch Landrieu.
Hello, America. Yeah, there you go. You want me to do it again? The second in-person session of the 49th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party will now come to order.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's invocation, offered by Rabbi Sharon Browse and Imam Dr. Talib Sharif.
We have gathered together this week to craft a redemption story for America. My faith is sustained by a redemption story. A people beleaguered and bereft, traversing the desert on a journey from degradation to dignity, from darkness to light. Holy One, help us write America's redemption story, a story of ceaseless striving toward a true multiracial democracy, rooted in equal justice, where every person is treated as unique, mighty, and worthy of love. In this story, politics is not a vehicle for repression, bigotry, or personal profit, but a call to service. This story counters extremism with capaciousness and compassion. It rejects the inevitability of war, affirming that every one of us, Muslim and Jew, Christian, Black, White, Latino, AAPI, queer and straight, Israeli and Palestinian, deserves to live in dignity and in peace. Some say that this story is impossible, but we know that the God of redemption specializes in the impossible, and so must we. May we be guided by hope, joy, and a fierce moral imagination. Amen.
Greetings of peace. We pray that Almighty God, Allah, will bless this historic convention. Tonight, we build upon our pledge, one nation under God, indivisible, from Adam, created without racial, ethnic, or national identity, but the first identity, human. Bless us to embrace our shared identity and diverse expressions of life that contribute to the beauty and strength of our nation of nations, made up of people coming together from every land. E pluribus unum. In moving forward with a bold vision for the future, we pray it will reflect our nation's diversity and intrinsic nature to live together intelligently. Bless our leaders with wisdom to do the right thing, consistent with God's ways, to stand firm against inhumane acts, to treat all humans as the sacred creation of the Almighty. And may we remember the inalienable rights service members sacrifice to protect. That is the America we vote for. Amen.
Please welcome Joshua Davis from Virginia to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please welcome Aristotle Garcia Byrne to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Aris. Folks, give it up for Aris one more time. I'd like you to pause with me for a minute. 2 years ago, my dad died, the late Moon Landrieu. He was a great leader. He was a great mayor, secretary of HUD. He lived his life for others. We have lost so many patriots since the last convention. So before we go any further tonight, let's take a moment and join with me and let's remember them all.
I
Please welcome the chair of the Carter Center and grandson of President Jimmy Carter, Jason Carter.
Hello, I'm Jason Carter. My grandfather, President Carter, will have his 100th birthday in October. I call him Pawpaw, and I can tell you that he wishes he could be here tonight. He and my grandmother led their lives with an unwavering faith in God, a respect for human dignity, honesty, and a commitment to loving their neighbors as themselves. Those principles guided them throughout their lives, including during their 4 years in the White House and the 4 decades since. For my grandfather, it was never about fame, recognition, accolades, or awards. His legacy is measured by the lives he has touched and the good he has done. Kamala Harris carries my grandfather's legacy. She knows what is right, and she fights for it. She understands that leadership is about service, not selfishness, that you can show strength and demonstrate decency, and that you can get a whole lot more done with a smile than with a scowl. Pawpaw's holding on. He's hopeful. And though his body may be weak tonight, his spirit is as strong as ever. My grandfather can't wait to vote for Kamala Harris. She reminds us all that the promise of America remains unchanged. We are one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And my grandfather knows that with her as our next president, we will keep that promise. Thank you.
Please welcome delegate from New York and grandson of President John F. Kennedy, Jack Schlossberg.
Hi, I'm Jack Schlossberg. President John F. Kennedy is my grandfather, and he's my hero. JFK was the youngest person ever elected president and the first Catholic. He sent a man to the moon, fought for civil rights, and navigated the Cuban Missile Crisis peacefully. Most of all, he inspired a new generation to ask what they could do for our country. Tonight, JFK's call to action is now ours to answer, because once again, the torch has been passed to a new generation, to a leader who shares my grandfather's energy, vision, and optimism for our future. That leader is Vice President Kamala Harris. Like President Kennedy, Vice President Harris has dedicated her life to public service. She believes in America, like my grandfather did, that we do things not because they're easy, but because they are hard. As president, she will fight for working families. She will expand investments in clean energy so that my generation will have clean air and good jobs. She will defend our freedoms, the freedom for women anywhere in America to make their own healthcare choices, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to vote easily and without fear. The choice is ours to make, and history is watching to see what we will do. Now, let's elect Kamala Harris the next President of the United States. Thank you.
All right, America, how y'all doing? We about to have a fired up, ready to go, yes we can night. Y'all ready? Well, as you can see, the torch has been passed to a new generation. So let's start off the night by talking about what's at the heart of the Harris-Walz agenda. Defending our freedoms, advancing opportunity, protecting our democracy. But the other guys, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, They want to rip away our rights, crush the middle class, and destroy our democracy. Their version of freedom is the government creeping creepily closer to every part of our lives. They're coming for our books, they're coming for our marriages, they're coming for our bodies, they're even coming for women who don't have kids. But this just isn't about what we stand against. It's about what we stand for. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have a bold vision for America's future, where every American has a fair shot at the American dream. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will build a future that belongs to all of us, because we are one nation, not two. Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, not some. We are part of one nation, pledging allegiance to one flag, and that is the flag of the United States of America. Hear this. America is great because of who we are, and more importantly, who we strive to be. My friends, our best days are ahead if we stick together. My friends, say it with me. Let them hear it to the rooftops. We are not going back. So now please help me welcome. Please help me welcome from the great state of Pennsylvania, the great Representative Malcolm Kenyatta.
My fellow Americans, my name is Malcolm Kenyatta, a proud son of Pennsylvania. And as you saw, I brought back Trump's Project 2025, all 900 pages of it. And it's interesting because usually Republicans want to ban books, but now they're trying to shove this down our throats. It is a radical plan to drag us backwards, bankrupt the middle class, and raise prices on working families like yours and mine. Under Project 2025, a family making just $75,000 a year with just 2 kids would pay $1,800 more in federal taxes. No, but there's more. Because on page 465, Project 2025 would stop Medicare from negotiating to lower the price of prescription drugs and capping out-of-pocket costs. And on page 587, Project 2025 would cut overtime pay for hard-working Americans. But my friend, these bad ideas aren't new. As long as we have been fighting to make America work for working families, there have been greedy corporate interests trying to take us back. In 2019, my grandma, a civil rights warrior, called me, her voice cracking, and she said, "I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. I thought my generation had fixed this. And here you are, fighting the same battles." But I want to tell you tonight, my friends, what I said to my grandma. I said, "It's okay, Grandma. It's just our turn. It's just our turn to stand up for working people and to stand up for our nation's promise. It's just our turn to defend our rights and to ensure that democracy doesn't die on our watch. It's our turn to make history, my friends, by electing Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States of America. God bless you. May God protect our troops.
Don't know why, but I feel like freedom.
I've seen how the Biden-Harris focus on making healthcare affordable for middle-class Americans has benefited so many of my patients.
I support Kamala Harris because she fights for the working family and she thinks about the future of our country. Trump tried to take our country backward.
She has taken action to make sure childcare and home care are accessible and affordable.
I am a type 1 diabetic since the age of 10, and having my insulin is not an option.
My name is Anne from Wisconsin, and this is my daughter, Isla. Isla qualifies for a type of Medicaid based on a level of care for children with disabilities. Donald Trump attempted to cut Medicaid every single year he was in office.
Kamala Harris is the only candidate on the ticket this year that will actually continue to fight to get caps on insulin, and we need her in office.
I am all in for Harris 2024.
Hailing from the south side of Chicago, please welcome Oscar and Grammy Award-winning artist, author, and longtime activist, Common, featuring Grammy Award-winning gospel singer, Jonathan McReynolds.
I thank God for this moment in time where Kamala Harris will change the world for the better with love, hope, and grace. We fortunate. I'm fortunate to be alive. Can't explain how I got here, but we've arrived. The deliverance and diligence for which we strive. It's the feeling, there's no silliness when we rise. Fortunate to have friends who don't synthesize. I keep good company, we enterprise. Had a strong gaze since infant eyes. I guess I can see the power in the prize. Incentivized by the streets I identified. Other people's struggles I don't minimize. Fortunate to be born and raised in the shy. Salt of the earth, people with the bravest eye. They say your God is the truth, I wasn't raised to lie. Fortunate to be so que sera. Every day that I get up, I trace the sky. Draw with the most high on the place that I am. And that's fortunate, you can feel it in the air. Hey yo, it's love out there. Hey, the feeling is free. Yo, Shot-town at the DNC. Jonathan, what you say?
May your struggles keep you near the cross, and may your troubles show that you need God, and may your battles end the way they should, and may your bad days prove that God is good, and may your triumphs keep you humble and hard, and may your endings be worthy of every start. Hey, let's take this message to every hood, that your whole life will prove that God is good, and we are fortunate.
You can feel it in the air. Hey, yo, it's love out there. Hey, the feeling is free. Yo, we live at the DNC. Fortunate, I was raised by my Uncle Steve and my Uncle Charles. They both told me believe the seeds of a revolutionary. Evolution's very necessary to become fruits and berries of our labor. Told to search for a savior. Fortunate, I had a chance to raise her. In the days of the unknown, I'm fortunate to come home to blocks we fought and swung on. Fortunate the Lord put me on the path to use the microphone for a ride and a staff. Fortunate, yo, we got to go to Paris. We fortunate, y'all, for Kamala Harris, yo, we fortunate. Yo, the love is in the air. Yo, can you feel it out there? Hey, yo, the feeling is free. Shot-town, we live at the DNC.
We are fortunate.
Thank you, God. Don't know why, but I feel like
My name is Chuck. I voted for Trump in 2016.
My name is Tom. I'm from Michigan, and I'm a former Trump voter.
I'm Joanna. I live in Florida. I'm a former Trump voter.
I just cannot vote for the man, and it can go from just being dishonest from a criminal and an insurrectionist.
He has no respect for Americans. He has no respect for the Constitution.
I believe if Trump gets a second term, he's not leaving, he's staying.
He broke the law. He doesn't believe they apply to him.
The President of the United States exists to serve the people of the United States.
In 2024, I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
It's night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. The headliners tonight, former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama. Welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm joined in the United Center tonight by Rhonda Colvin, senior political correspondent, and James Hohmann, columnist and editorial writer. Well, we just heard Common perform, and we heard a video roll of former Trump supporters who now say they are voting for Kamala Harris. The theme tonight here at the United Center is a bold vision for America's future. Among the speakers we'll also hear from this evening, Rhonda, Senator Bernie Sanders, a Republican mayor from Arizona. What do Democrats want to communicate tonight?
They want to continue showing that their party is in stark contrast to the party of Trump. I think they're really going to, just kind of continue what they did last night. It almost feels like we didn't leave. We're wearing different clothes, but it almost feels like the same type of energy that they left with last night is still in this arena. I think even looking at some of the lineup of some of the speakers, it's really trying to show that the Democrats are a broad tent. There's everyone from social media influencers who get a slot to folks who are running for the U.S. Senate. And, of course, it's all going to cap off with the Obamas, really leaders and well-regarded leaders in the Democratic Party. And I think from the energy and what I've heard from people, that's really who everyone wants to hear from tonight.
We'll also hear from second gentleman Doug Emhoff. Now, curiously, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to be out campaigning in Milwaukee, but we may see them appear one way or another this evening. James, there is daylight between people who approve of and support Barack Obama and people who say they're going to vote for Kamala Harris. There is a gap. What can Barack Obama and Michelle Obama do tonight to try to bring people on board?
That's the challenge, and we just heard Mitch Landrieu a few minutes ago say this is going to be a fired-up, ready-to-go kind of night. I think you're going to hear Obama make that explicit. What I'm really interested in is Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama was very, very down on Joe Biden. She didn't particularly like him. She's very close friends with Hunter Biden's ex-wife, and she was very angry about how the Biden family cut off Kathleen Buell. So Michelle Obama didn't do anything. She didn't lift a finger to help Joe Biden. This is the first we've heard from her since he dropped out. You remember her last big appearance in 2016. Michelle Obama says, when they go low, we go high. It's a very different Democratic Party now. And last night you saw Hillary Clinton smiling when they were chanting, lock him up. It's going to be interesting to see how Michelle Obama, who's honestly even more popular than her husband, has even higher favorability. How does she make the case for Kamala Harris, who she clearly is much more excited about than Joe Biden? Doug Emhoff is auditioning for a job that no one has ever held, that of a first gentleman. He obviously has gotten to be the second gentleman. Bill Clinton in 2016 gave that speech, but he was a very well-known national figure, a former president who was trying to stay out of the way, trying not to overshadow his wife. How does Doug Emhoff introduce himself to a lot of people who've honestly never seen him speak? How does he talk about his wife? How does he sort of make the case to men who maybe are not sold on Kamala Harris that his wife is worth voting for?
Let's go to JM Rieger, who is in Washington tonight. JM, you've been looking at the Democrats' platform, and the platform is something that's sort of part of the tradition of the convention. It can sort of get lost in all the news that comes out of the convention, all the splashy sound bites and things like that, but it really is core to the center of what the party and the candidate is all about. What stands out to you in the platform, and also where Kamala Harris belongs in this party?
I mean, what's interesting is the theme we've been talking about so far this week that we expect to continue throughout the rest of the week is unity. Democrats want to be unified. They want to present a unified front. They want to build upon the enthusiasm and the momentum that they have and hopefully get them through Labor Day into then the final stretch of the election when people start voting. The platform is notable in that equation because it was unchanged from the draft platform in July when Biden was still atop the ticket. So there's 287 some odd references to Joe Biden in the platform, only 32 to Kamala Harris. Having said that, though, Harris is walking this sort of high wire act of trying to tie herself to what she sees as the wins of the Biden-Harris administration while trying to carve out her own path. So as you mentioned, Libby, some ways we've already seen Harris start to kind of carve out her own path here has been on the economy. She gave this speech in North Carolina on Friday, laying out some of her economic policy issues. She wants broader child tax credit, earned income tax credit for first-time home buyers. She wants to expand all of those. And one other thing that we've heard her talk about is this federal ban on price gouging, which some of her surrogates have tried to clarify in recent days, as some Democratic economists have been critical of it. That'll be a key theme, not necessarily for the convention this week, Libby, but something in the next few weeks here where Harris is going to have to start getting a little more specific, I would think, on some of these economic policy proposals.
All right, thanks, JM. And we will be hearing some specifics this week, but really a lot of it's about setting a vibe, trying to capture momentum. You know, as we've been sitting here, there's the house bands playing in the background. People are dancing around in their seats and sitting in their chairs. I want to think about the energy tonight and how do they make that translate out of the room? Because the Democrats have like twice as many delegates as the Republicans. So there is a lot of people here, but they also sometimes fall into the trap of governing by committee. And so we see like packed schedules and things changing, and it's a little bit chaotic. How do they try to get a message out of this room, Rhonda, of not just unity, but like energy and a winning spirit?
That is the biggest question and the biggest unknown for Democrats right now, that they are coming into this whole reset of the election with a lot of energy, a lot of momentum, but can you keep that all the way to November? And I've talked to Democrats who are pretty upfront about that. They know that, you know, anything can happen where the pendulum will swing right back to the Republicans, and then they might have a week of a good cycle. But there was one thing that I did hear yesterday in some of the speeches at the end. Some of the speakers said to the delegates, you've got to take this home. You've got to ask your friends and neighbors to vote, to sign up, to volunteer. I think Democrats know they've got an uphill battle in keeping up this momentum. That's evident to them. So, you know, I think we're going to hear more of that tonight, too, especially from the Obamas. Go tell your neighbors, try to keep this thing going in your communities.
Libby's absolutely right that there is sort of something for everyone, and it's not like there's a liberal night where AOC and Bernie and a Republican night where, you know, they're kind of spreading them out, where there's, you know, they're kind of assuming that maybe the audience only tunes in for one night and that they're not watching all 4 nights. So you're getting a little taste of everything they're trying to drive instead of one cohesive message every single night.
Great point. There is a Republican speaking every night. Tonight, it's a mayor of Mesa, Arizona. Another night, it will be Adam Kinzinger. Another night, Stephanie Grisham, who worked in the White House. Olivia Troy, who testified during the Jan 6th committee process. Every night, there will be progressives. Last night, we did hear Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. We also heard other people talk who were young, who are trying to enter this new generation of leaders in the Democratic Party. And tonight, we'll hear from Bernie Sanders. Well, let's go back to the floor right now to tune in and listen in to the conversation happening.
Please welcome Stephanie Grisham.
I wasn't just a Trump supporter. I was a true believer. I was one of his closest advisors. The Trump family became my family. I spent Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's all at Mar-a-Lago. I saw him when the cameras were off. Behind closed doors, Trump mocks his supporters. He calls them basement dwellers. On a hospital visit one time when people were dying in the ICU, he was mad that the cameras were not watching him. He has no empathy, no morals, and no fidelity to the truth. He used to tell me, "It doesn't matter what you say, Stephanie. Say it enough and people will believe you." But it does matter. What you say matter, and what you don't say matters. On January 6th, I asked Melania if we could at least tweet that while peaceful protest is the right of every American, there's no place for lawlessness or violence. She replied with one word: no. I became the first senior staffer to resign that day. I couldn't be part of the insanity any longer. When I was press secretary, I got skewered for never holding a White House briefing. It's because, unlike my boss, I never wanted to stand at that podium and lie. Now here I am, behind a podium, advocating for a Democrat. And that's because I love my country more than my party. Kamala Harris tells the truth. She respects the American people, and she has my vote. Thank you.
Rhonda, what does it mean to have Stephanie Grisham here tonight?
You know, it says a lot. She discussed how she was in Trump's inner circle. She considered the Trumps as family members. Having her here may appeal to the people in the middle who are uncomfortable with voting for Trump. They may be uncomfortable voting for a Democrat, but they do see that the Democrats are including Republican voices and those that left the Trump world. So, is it going to appeal to every Republican that feels disaffected with their party? No. But it is going to feel, maybe familiar to those people at home who are like, I'm on the fence. And
Republicans have gotten a permission structure over the last few months. There's a lot of people who wouldn't before say they were supporting Trump now are. I think part of Grisham and these other Republicans is to give pause to those people, those suburban college-educated women who didn't really like Joe Biden, that maybe were double haters, and trying to keep them in the Democratic fold after they voted for maybe Joe Biden in 2020, Democratic candidates in 2022, but they're still undecided about 2024.
All right, let's go back to the floor.
Please welcome Nabella Noor.
What calls me here tonight is hope. As a woman who has struggled with fertility, I have not always been hopeful, but today I am. I'd always dreamt of motherhood, and coming from a large Bangladeshi American family, I imagined it'd be easy. It wasn't. My husband and I tried to conceive. We failed. We tried and failed again and again and again for 6 long years. Finally, I got pregnant. We were overjoyed, but then I miscarried. I was devastated. It was only after sharing my story online and hearing from women about their experiences with IVF that I felt a tiny glimmer of hope. So I started the IVF process. But just a few weeks before my egg retrieval, I learned I was pregnant. Today, we have 2 beautiful daughters. But this is not everyone's ending. For many women, IVF is the only choice. That choice and more is at stake in November. The freedom to plan your family, the hope of having a family at all. I'm here to stand with everyone fighting for our reproductive freedoms, because my daughters and yours deserve every option, every hope, every possible future. To anyone listening who is struggling to start a family, you are not alone. We will not let you lose hope. Because when we come together to raise our voices with love, we win. Thank you.
Please welcome Michigan Senator Gary Peters.
In Michigan, we believe we have to build an economy that grows the middle class. And we know that when unions succeed, all workers win. I was raised in a union household. My father was a teacher, and my mother a nurse's aide. And they gave me and my sisters what every parent wants to provide for their children, an opportunity to pursue their dreams. I went to public school, I worked odd jobs, became an Eagle Scout. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz grew up just like me. And I know they will fight for all of us. They will make it easier to raise our families and to retire with dignity. Just look at the record. As Vice President, Kamala Harris helped pass legislation that finally allowed Medicare to negotiate and lower the cost of prescription drugs. She brought manufacturing jobs back to the United States of America. And as governor, Tim Walz signed the largest infrastructure investment in Minnesota history. And on the other hand, we have Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And let's be clear, if they win, working people like my friends here from the Teamsters will pay the price. Their Project 2025 agenda is the same old, gut overtime pay, cut healthcare programs, and give billions in tax breaks to billionaires. We cannot let that happen, and we will not let that happen. And now I want to introduce some retired Teamsters and pension warriors, led by Ken Stribling, president of the National United Committee to Protect Pensions.
I am Kenneth Stribling, a proud retired Teamster from Local 200 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I hope you don't mind, but I brought some friends. Pension warriors from the NUCPP. I found out in 2025, my monthly pension benefit was going to be reduced in half. Not long after that, my wife, Beverly, was diagnosed with terminal cancer. I didn't know how we were going to make it. So I went to a retirees meeting in the basement of a small church. At that moment, I knew we were not going to go down without a fight. Beverly made me promise never to quit until we made this right. So we organized a nationwide grassroots movement. For 6 years, we fought hard. And finally, we had a breakthrough. After 50 days in office, the Biden-Harris administration passed the American Rescue Plan, including the Butch-Lewis Act, to save our pensions and secure our retirement. They got it done without one single Republican vote in Congress. They saved over 1 million pensions, including 33,000 from my state, Wisconsin, 52,000 from Pennsylvania, 61,000 from Michigan. As president, I know Kamala Harris will have our backs. She will fight for our retirement, Social Security, and Medicare. Beverly passed away in 2019, but I kept my promise, because a promise is a promise is a promise. Thank you.
For years, Big Pharma has often inflated the price of life-saving medications, and millions of Americans have suffered as a result.
All right, you are watching live coverage from the Washington Post of Night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Our colleague Rich Matthews is here in the United Center. Rich, you've been looking at the speakers. Tell us more about who we'll hear from tonight.
Well, shortly we're going to hear from Senators Chuck Schumer and Bernie Sanders. We're also going to hear from Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. But the biggest names tonight, undoubtedly, the Obamas. Libby, I heard you yesterday mention how Barack Obama uses his political power very sparingly, very carefully, but he's going to use it here tonight. And obviously, you know, it's just no secret that he's an incredible speaker, as is Michelle Obama. And she has some of the most memorable lines from recent DNC conventions. So I'm not going to take anything away from the importance of their speeches, but the other speech that is still left to come tonight that is you know, something that the DNC really wants to go off well is that speech from Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff. It's really his introduction to the country as he works to support his wife. And as you also briefly mentioned earlier, interesting optics that Kamala is in Milwaukee campaigning, and if she's not here tonight, that's not the image that you usually get. You know, we're used to at the end of the evening seeing the couples out on stage, especially after his first speech, but you know, politics can get in the way, and she's out there campaigning. Libby?
Thank you, Rich. I want to talk about who we're hearing from so far. Heard from Teamsters. Okay, well, we heard last night from Sean Fain, who's a union leader, not to be confused with Sean O'Brien, who spoke at the Republican convention. So, Rhonda, what's with this like union square-off we're seeing between the Republicans and the Democrats?
I think it's both parties acknowledging that that's a pretty important block to court. That is a voting block. The union vote, the working people vote, that's, you know, a lot of middle America. That's a lot of the blue wall states. Those are the states that both sides are going to need to win in November if they want to see the White House. So
there's a difference between like the leadership and the member base.
Right, right. That is true. But usually to give an endorsement, members have to vote on that. So having an endorsement from UAW or any of the other big labor unions, that's a big deal for parties. And I think that we were kind of surprised, right, during the RNC when we heard so much union talk, because that's not typical historically. But, you know, the union vote and the union backing was kind of in play, especially during some of the standoffs earlier last year between unions and corporations, specifically UAW. But it appears that, as you mentioned, we heard that really fiery speech from the UA president. You know, I'm sure his members do support that, but that's not everyone. But at least having that endorsement is pretty key for the Democrats.
So last night, Sean Fain took off he had made this joke about like Nelly, you know, Nelly has a song, It's Getting Hot in Here. Let's take off all our clothes. And then he like took off his jacket to reveal a T-shirt, James, that said
Trump is a scab.
And that ended up being a big takeaway of the night.
Yeah, it did. And there were a lot of people I saw wearing that Trump is a scab shirt around. Yeah. And it drew a lot of it. When I saw it, I thought of Hulk Hogan pulling off his shirt in Milwaukee.
The last night of the Republican convention.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It is interesting. Trump has made inroads with the union rank and file. Trump has made an effort, as is J.D. Vance, to rebrand as a working class party. A lot of blue-collar, non-college educated voters who are members of unions now voting for Republicans. They have been the bread and butter of the Democratic coalition going back almost a century. And if Trump can pull some of them away, the Teamsters are the most natural because it's the most sort of like blue collar, dirt in your fingernails kind of union, the building trades. Then perhaps others might eventually follow. There's sort of a spectrum of organized labor. The school teacher unions are the most solidly Democratic. And so I think what you're seeing with Democrats is an effort to pull back what they fear are some gains that Trump made in these blue wall states.
Sean O'Brien said at the Republican convention, I plan to be at the Democratic convention too, but we have not seen him get a speaking slot thus far.
And so we did just hear from Teamsters, who are members of his union, but my hunch is that Democrats didn't want to give him 20 minutes to give the same speech he gave at the RNC.
Is it also a slap on the wrist?
It is.
Like, you went and talked to them, but like, don't just think you can, we're going to just give this away for free here to you as well.
And I will say, at the Republican convention, I heard so many Chamber of Commerce type people complain that Sean O'Brien got that time slot, that we didn't hear from the head of the chamber, that we didn't hear from a pro-business perspective. So there is tension in both parties about this.
I want to talk about one of the prior speakers we heard, Nabela Noor, who's a social media influencer. She really came into fame doing YouTube makeup tutorials, but then her story really pivoted and developed because she had this battle of infertility, like she talked about, and she's been very open about that on social media. But she got in a lot of hot water after the Hamas attack on October 7th because in that same month, she tried to sort of have a peace statement and say essentially that there are good people on both sides, the violence should stop. And she had a huge backlash on social media from people who followed her. A lot of people dropped her, and she eventually came out and tried to apologize for that. An interesting choice to bring her here tonight, because to everyone listening who doesn't know her, she's a young woman just talking about her struggle with infertility, IVF, a big issue right now in Democratic politics. But there's a subtext there that some people, millions of people, young people, will know about. Rhonda?
Yeah, that's right. And the Democratic Party is trying to showcase these voices. There was also another influencer who had a speaking slot yesterday. Actually, there's a booth behind us that's very near the stage. That's where social media influencers are setting up. They're sort of taking shifts. They have really prime seating in the arena, and I think that speaks to this party trying to, manage social media and get those people who have a lot of, youth followers to get on board with their party. I will also say at the RNC, we saw social media personalities as well. When I have been to the debates on the floor, people who have social media followings, they were invited there with the rest of the media. So it does seem like both parties are reading the culture right now and see that inviting these folks here means that they can reach far more than people who might just tune in.
Especially interesting, though, that they chose someone who has found herself in controversy, right? And has tried to sort of seek forgiveness then because she said things on social media that did dip her into politics in a way that her audience was not receptive to. So this is a chance for her to talk to maybe a different audience, an older audience in some ways as well. Let's go to JM Rieger in Washington. JM, I know that you've been watching the polls carefully, and I'm curious to hear what you're able to learn and pull out of these polls that we're seeing, because there has been a noticeable shift since Kamala Harris became the nominee. But I'm curious as to whether or not it's enough at this point in the campaign.
Well, the race has very much been reshaped the past few weeks here. Where the numbers where Biden was a month ago versus where Harris is now, there's been a dramatic, for how static this race has been, it's been remarkable the shift that we've seen to Harris, both at a national polling level, state polling level, and with key voting groups. And I just want to go through a couple key points here in terms of how the race has shaped here. Harris has really picked up, especially among young voters and especially among women voters, has really solidified those blocks behind her. Women voters, for example, there were multiple polls over the last few months where Biden was even with women voters. Harris has pulled ahead with those voters. That's expected to be a key voting block for her, given how potent we expect the abortion issue, reproductive health issue to be come November. Young voters, we talk about all this enthusiasm. That's central to all of that. And you guys were just talking about some of the speakers who are appealing to some of those groups, trying to bring those folks into the fold. And when we talk about broadly these quote-unquote double haters in the favorability rating, Harris has seen a sharp uptick in her favorabilities over the past month here. We've seen that even in the Washington Post polling that came out over the weekend. And on top of that, there were a lot of folks throughout this race so far, a lot of Americans who have really not liked at the time Joe Biden or Donald Trump. These were known as the quote-unquote double haters. They really didn't want to vote for either candidate. We've now seen a lot of those quote-unquote double haters break for Harris in the past few weeks here. So Harris has now gotten in national polling. She's hovering around the 50% mark. Trump has come back down. Trump was at around that 50% mark in multiple polls. He's now come back down into the mid-upper 40% range.
Yeah, can you hear me?
And that's notable because Trump, we know, had a ceiling issue coming into this election. The fact that he's never gotten above 47% in a general election, the fact that he's now coming back down to that number is good news for Democrats. But I will say, Libby, for how much we're talking about, how much this race has shifted, it's still a toss-up election. So for how much we talk about enthusiasm, how much we talk about momentum, swinging towards Harris, swinging towards Democrats at this point, this is still expected to be a toss-up election, at least at this point in time it is. And in some ways, Democrats still have some work to do to make up some ground against Trump-Vance in some of these key states.
Thank you, JM. Well, stay tuned. The roll call of states is coming up tonight, and we all remember what the roll call of states was like back in 2020. Even though it was a virtual convention, Democrats really used the virtual nature of it. It's like they took the bug and made it a feature because they had this moment with every state featuring it. Remind us of that, Rhonda.
Yeah, it was almost like a pageant, and everybody was talking about it the next day, where since it was virtual, the delegates or a representative was at a, maybe an iconic spot in their state, and gave their vote to Joe Biden, and also included perhaps some tourism details. But it was just really interesting to see back-to-back different snapshots of the country, and I think it really played well with a lot of voters. I remember people talking about that was the only thing they remember from that virtual DNC. So there might be a little bit of that flavor tonight as well.
Yeah, JM, I think everybody was talking about the calamari guy who was that Rhode Island, JM? I don't mean to put you on the spot. He ended up eventually voting for Trump later. JM, what does that roll call of states do to show sort of party unity and also national unity?
Moments, right? There's highlighting of the bench. Democrats have a deep bench, is sort of the conventional wisdom. But some of this is just getting some of the home style politics, if you will, the retail politics. And the roll call is actually a great time for that, because it's really one of the key times when states can go and highlight things that make their states unique, right? And one of the standouts that some of our viewers might remember from that 2020 virtual Democratic National Convention, as you pointed out, Libby, was the calamari, which was highlighted. I'm almost positive that was Rhode Island. We'll check that right after this, but that was a key.
We have an affirmative head nod from James.
So there we go. So and that was a great moment, right? And it's one of those things that you just remember. It's sort of a little quirky, but it stands out, right? And that's some of what the convention can't all be. Heavy policy, for example. It's a mixture of everything, and that's what these parties want. That's what the Republicans had. That's what the Democrats are going to want to have here, because that's how they, relate to voters, especially folks who maybe are less engaged, who are just sort of tuning in on the periphery here. Those are sort of things that might break out, or they might come across on a social media in a clip afterwards. So that's how, and the roll call is really a great example. And the other thing I'll say on the roll call is there's oftentimes key politicians in each of these states who are leading the roll call voting announcement, right, pledging their delegates to the ticket. And that's also a great time to just sort of, in some cases, read some body language, read into the enthusiasm. We know that the enthusiasm's with the Democrats. We've been talking about that. But we also know that there was a lot of chatter right before Biden dropped out and right after he dropped out, although it was very brief, of who might be atop the ticket, if not Harris. And there's some folks who were mentioned in that conversation who are at the convention this week, thinking about folks like Gretchen Whitmer, governor of Michigan, J.B. Pritzker, who's going to speak tonight, governor of Illinois, Gavin Newsom, governor of California, who we've seen a few times just last night in that front row in that California delegation. So these are all sorts of folks and all sorts of things that feed into this roll call vote.
Yeah, so true, JM. You know, we're seeing DJ, just you hear a little bit of background music. It's DJ Cassidy who will be DJing the roll call of states any moment now. And even though this is like kind of a quiet moment for the convention, it really is important to boost the mood and get the energy going. You need breaks in the speakers to build up the energy, because the Republicans really mastered that. They had a successful house band. They amped people up in between speakers. Democrats didn't do that last night. It was like they were on the fast, speedy, chaotic train to just like barrel through all the speakers on night one. Tonight, they're taking some breathers, and I think it's working to get the crowd excited and happy. Let's talk about some of the big moments from last night. Of course, it was Joe Biden's night. If you missed any of it because it was way past your bedtime, just find the Washington Post on YouTube and you can watch it in all of its length and glory. Biden took the stage quite late, but he was full of energy. He was confident. He was fiery. It was a long speech, Rhonda.
It was a very long speech. But I think you could expect that. This was his first time speaking to not only his party, but also the American people after choosing to step down. Remember, the Oval Office address he gave was very short, very brief. But this was his moment, almost a swan song, to talk about all of his achievements over the last 4 years. And just, to have his moment in front of the crowd. I mentioned this on yesterday's show that a delegate reminded me, because she was really looking forward to hearing from him. She reminded me that he didn't get a moment at the 2020 DNC because it was virtual. So it seemed like he was really taking it in, and the crowd loved it. We talked about how they gave him 5 minutes of straight applause. He even had a hard time starting because people would not sit down. So that, of course, was one of the highlights. But we also heard from Hillary Clinton, and that turned out to be a speech that a lot of people have been talking about today as something that was really a moving moment for her, passing the baton of sorts to Kamala Harris.
All right, let's go to Rich Matthews. The Conservative Policy Blueprint Project 2025 has gotten a lot of attention recently, and that has certainly continued here at the Democratic Convention. Rich Matthews is here to tell us more about why and how. Rich?
Well, yeah, really a lightning rod, that Project 2025, some 900-page long report written by a Washington-based conservative think tank called the Heritage Foundation. Is purported to be essentially a roadmap for a second Trump term. In part, it calls for reversing Biden's student loan forgiveness program, weakening tenure for civil service workers while strengthening White House oversight of the Justice Department. It calls for large-scale immigration raids and ending affirmative action, as well as restricting access even more to some abortion medication, blocking shipments through the mail. We did go down on the floor and talk to some delegates about it, and here's what they had to say.
It's just so many components of it that's just, to me, racist, sexist, and people are confused, and I just don't think that it's something that we really need to have at this time.
Project 2025 is all about going back to things that maybe were good for a few, but not for all, especially women, people of color, any person of diversity.
I believe that this is their manifesto. I think this was their party platform, and I think we need to take it at their word that they are not trying to make America safer. They want a model of this, I believe, it's almost like 1930, pre-1960, and that we should take it at their word that they want to make so many changes that I think our civil rights will not happen.
Now, the Washington Post has spoken to a number of Democratic strategists who say they want to make Project 2025 a household name and aim to use the very phrase of the project as a powerful weapon for voters in November. We should mention that President Trump and the Trump campaign have repeatedly denied being involved with Project 2025 or the people behind it. Libby?
All right, thanks so much, Rich. JM, let's go to you for more on Project 2025 and its significance.
We talked a little bit about this in the broadcast last night, Libby, and politically it's interesting just because Democrats continue to hammer home this point and clearly think that it's a winning talking point for them, and Trump has tried increasingly so to distance himself after praising the Heritage Foundation and many of the authors of this Project 2025. I think what's also notable, though, is Rich was just listing off some of what's in this Project 2025. You don't even have to look necessarily at Project 2025 in terms of getting a sense of what Trump wants to do. You can look at his own words. So talking about eliminating the Department of Education that's in that Project 2025, Trump himself has said that he wants to do that. When we talk about the deportations that Trump wants to do, he says he wants to do an Eisenhower, quote unquote, Eisenhower-style deportation, referring to one of the largest deportations in U.S. history during the Eisenhower administration that resulted in some migrant deaths. Trump has said that that's a model for him in a second term. And then when we talk about reproductive health, which is going to be a consistent theme throughout the week here for Democrats, Trump yesterday made some news to CBS News and said that he would not enforce the Comstock Act if reelected. This is a big deal, Libby, because Trump had sort of wavered on this issue, had sort of played on both sides of the fence on this, but this came up during that Mifepristone hearing before the Supreme Court that we all covered back in March. And this was a significant issue because this is an 1873 law, anti-obscenity law, that folks were afraid, reproductive health advocates were afraid could be used by the federal government to block the mailing of abortion pills. And Trump now saying that he does not want to enforce that as president is significant. I expect that this is going to come up potentially, not necessarily the Comstock Act itself, but reproductive health tonight, potentially when Senator Tammy Duckworth, Democrat of Illinois, speaks. Herself, someone who's been very involved in the IVF issue. We know that that's been central. And all of this sort of starts to tie together, if you will, in this broad arch of reproductive health and that being on the ballot. We talk about abortion. We talk about mifepristone. We talk about issues like IVF. They're separate, but a lot of voters are tying those together and are siding with Democrats in terms of this sort of freedom message that we've heard from Harris and Walz, especially in recent weeks, putting that out there. That's just interesting because they've really shifted to sort of a conservative freedom-based messaging. We'll see how that sort of plays out in the final stretch here, but it's notable because that is how they are trying to contrast themselves with this Project 2025. That is an anti-freedom platform that Trump wants to enact. That's what Democrats are saying.
All right, JM. Well, the convention goers just had a photo taken, and they're also testing out these bracelets that are being given to everyone. I'm sure we'll be seeing later on just how they light up and what will happen. We saw that kind of dynamic light-up bracelet thing used when Kamala Harris first introduced Tim Walz as her running mate just a couple of weeks ago. It really is remarkable to think how fast this has all moved. And, you know, we certainly talked last night about how Joe Biden's night last night could have been his acceptance speech of the nomination on Thursday night. It was like they just moved him up in the program and changed a few lines and he was able to give it. But there are other elements that had a special poignancy last night, and one I'm thinking of is Hillary Clinton, because she talked about breaking through that glass ceiling. She was not able to do that, right? Just adding to the cracks. And now she was able to give a speech for another woman running for president. Rhonda, what were your takeaways from her speech?
Exactly that she was sort of the figure who was the last woman seen to run for president. She also ran against Donald Trump, so she knows what that's like. It did feel like, and I know we've been using this phrase so much, but that passing the torch, passing the baton to the next generation. I think people also, there may have been many delegates who voted for Hillary Clinton who were here when the DNC was held when she was the nominee. So I think that there was just a real feel-good moment for the party. That they were hearing from someone who is now a leader, someone who did make strides when it came to women running in office, and she was able to pass that torch to Harris last night. And I think a lot of people were just reminded also about how she's a pretty strong orator. She gave a great speech. It was rousing. There was the comical moment when the crowd chanted "Lock him up," referring to Donald Trump and referring to his side's own line that was directed at her back in 2016. But overall, yesterday was a jam-packed program. Today is still a jam-packed program. But it really is kind of, the Democrats trying to build on the energy of the Harris-Walz ticket.
One of the things that was striking about Secretary Clinton's speech was how much she emphasized gender, being the first woman. She's the first woman nominee. Kamala Harris does not do that. And it is a striking contrast. I think Harris is very careful. I think she thinks it's pretty obvious. She's an African-American woman, and she doesn't feel like she needs to emphasize that the way that Hillary Clinton did during the 2016 convention. It was interesting. There was like a mix of, I was reminded of two conventions yesterday. There was a lot of 2016 deja vu. They played Fight Song. Everyone who was on the campaign trail back in 2016 has PTSD from Hillary Clinton's walk-up music. And then they also had a lot of signs in the audience that said USA. And it's this effort to reclaim patriotism, part of the freedom message that we'll hear a lot more about this week. Those almost exact same signs were displayed at the 2004 Democratic Convention in Boston when John Kerry was trying to rebut attacks, what would later be called the Swift Boat, truthing, by claiming the mantle, claiming the flag. John Kerry came on stage and saluted. That, of course, was the convention now 20 years ago where Barack Obama had made his breakout appearance as the keynote speaker when he was still a state legislator from the south side of Chicago before he was even elected to the U.S. Senate later that year.
It's amazing that was 20 years ago, and that was the moment that put him on the national radar. And this is his city, right? The convention has come back to Chicago. James, what does this night mean for Barack and Michelle Obama? We've talked about their messaging a little bit, but what does it mean to them? Yeah,
it's, they've been putting together the Obama Library. It hasn't opened yet. Usually it would by now. I'm actually getting a tour later this week that I'm very excited for, of the Obama Center that they're working on, and they're really starting to get close. And it's in the south side of Chicago, and it's been very important to Barack Obama that it be part of the community, that they bring in disadvantaged youth, that they have various jobs programs, that it's really part of the Chicago community. Ironically, there's actually some community organizers that have been fighting various developments related to the Obama Library because they're concerned about gentrification. And there's some irony because Obama got his start here in Chicago as a community organizer. So that is fascinating. I think it's really amazing, too, because you think 20 years ago, tonight we're going to hear from Angela Alsobrooks, and we'll talk about her. She gets closer, the Democratic nominee for Senate in Maryland. This would be like her being president and the former president in 20 years. It's a pretty remarkable switch. But in 2000, when the Democratic Convention was in Los Angeles, Barack Obama flew out there and his credit card got declined when he tried to rent a car, and he had maxed out. He was capped out. He just turned around and flew back to O'Hare here in Chicago because he didn't have any money to pay to go to the DNC in Los Angeles.
Wow.
4 years later, he's the keynote speaker. 8 years later, he's accepting his party's nomination. And 24 years later, he's this elder statesman in the party, even though, really he is very much a contemporary of Kamala Harris. They're about the same age. They're both, I think 2 or 3 years apart, maybe 3 years apart. And I think Obama is very excited about I think he played a big role behind the scenes in trying to maneuver Biden aside and in getting the party to rally around Kamala Harris without making it seem super obvious.
You know, JM, someone else who we know played a huge role behind the scenes was Nancy Pelosi. And you might have noticed images of people wearing these Godfather-like buttons that say Godmother. Nancy Pelosi, you've been able to see even better than we have, frankly, from your vantage point, the cutaways of her during President Biden's speech last night. What's her role this week, JM?
I mean, Pelosi in some ways is sort of the godmother, if you will, godfather, whatever term you want to use of the party, right? We know the role that she has, the weight that she has. We know that her focus has always been on winning. And that was one of the main drivers that we've heard from her since Biden dropped out of why she seemed to think that that was necessary, even if she won't explicitly say that. I will say, I just want to add on to what James and Rhonda were just talking about and what you all were just talking about with both the Obamas and the Clintons, that some of this is really symbolism of the Democrats this week transforming in some ways into a new party, into a new coalition. Yes, they have kind of the union base. They still have kind of core Democratic voters, but even Stephanie Grisham talking at the top, that's not a normal thing necessarily at conventions, to have a former White House press secretary from your opponent speaking at your party's convention, right? So this is bringing in some of those never Trump Republicans into the fold. And while they're going to be reliant on, it seems like on that Biden anti-Trump coalition from 2020, Harris is already starting to show in some polling that she's really expanded the coalition into some new lanes for Democrats. And this week is sort of the solidification of that transformation.
Are the Never Trumpers, James, the most passionate of the bunch? I mean, is it sort of like being a convert? And
the zeal of a convert.
Yeah, exactly.
It is. Absolutely. Yeah. Donald Trump is the glue that holds the Democratic coalition together, from these Never Trumpers to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Jamie Raskin. And Trump is an incredibly motivating, galvanizing factor. The fact that after Joe Biden had that disastrous debate performance, the polls still were close, it was plausible that Biden could figure out how to win, was a reflection of Trump's weakness more than Biden's strength. And Trump continues to motivate the Democratic base. It is an open question of what is turnout going to look like. Remember, for the last 15 years, when turnout was higher, that tended to be better for Democrats because a lot of their core supporters were lower propensity voters. Now, Republicans actually sort of benefit when turnout is higher because more and more they're dependent on non-college educated voters. And so there is this switch, and both parties clearly see it primarily as a base election where Republicans and Democrats are trying to turn out their core supporters who are going to love Trump or Harris. And obviously you want to appeal to that group in the middle, but that group is smaller than it used to be.
I mean, the group in the middle, okay, that's who Stephanie Grisham might appeal to, right? But if it's a ground game, what is the message that they want Democrats to take away from this convention, Rhonda, through the social media influencers who've been invited here, to the energy that the convention has to create and propel forward for Kamala Harris in the next few weeks?
The message is that every vote counts. If you've been following the polling, I know we all have, if you've been looking at some of these states that we're all closely watching, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, it is very likely that in November it will come down to just a few thousand votes in some of those states. So it is a turnout game. It always has been. That point has not changed. The ticket may have been reset, but really it was always going to be a turnout game for both of these camps. And just to talk about what James was just saying about Trump being a motivator, he has been a very effective motivator with the Democratic base. I'm even thinking about just on the Hill, how many Democrats, they didn't quite want to come out and say that Biden should step down, but they began to after a few started saying it publicly. And I can't imagine a world where Joe Biden would have dropped out if there was another candidate in the Republican camp. But that is because Trump scared a lot of Democrats, and they truly say that they are very fearful of him returning. They, led the 2 impeachment attempts on Trump. They went through January 6th. They know him inside and out. They have intelligence on some of the things that have happened, and they found that quite scary. And on the Nancy Pelosi part of this, yes, we do know from reporting that she was a pivotal person in this decision with Biden. She alone was almost the standard bearer for the Democratic Party in the Trump administration. She was leading Democrats, national Democrats, in what they should do and say. So that is why she had so much effectiveness when she was trying to make sure that this ticket was a winning ticket. I heard one of her aides, her former aides, say that, yes, she was friends with Joe Biden. Yes, she has worked alongside him for years. But when it comes to politics and winning, she can be ruthless. And I think that, a lot of Democrats decided we're going to follow Pelosi on this.
She loves Joe Biden, but she loves winning, and she loves the Democratic Party even more. It's remarkable. She's been everywhere. She's omnipresent. This is her convention. Everyone has a Pelosi sighting. It's kind of amazing. She's loving it. She's taking a victory lap.
Now it's time for the roll call. You will hear every state mentioned. Listen for the music as well from DJ Cassidy. Let's go listen.
And I'm honored to serve as the secretary of both the Democratic National Committee and the Democratic National Convention. I remember watching my very first convention on television when I was just 10 years old. It was the 1996 convention right here at the United Center. Now, nearly 3 decades later, I could not be more thrilled to join you in making history as we nominate Vice President Kamala Harris. Pursuant to our convention rules, we will now proceed with the celebratory roll call vote for the Democratic Party's candidate for the 47th President of the United States of America. As a reminder, our nomination was made official on August 6th upon the certification of the virtual roll call. This roll call will reflect those results. The chair of each delegation or their designee will report its delegation's voting results for the presidential nomination. Pursuant to the rules, the roll call will follow the alphabetical order of the states, with the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, the territories, and Democrats abroad treated as states for the purposes of the alphabetical roll call. Delegates, are you ready? Let me hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy, and I'd like to welcome you all to the Democratic National Convention roll call. Now we're going to pass the mic from state to state so that all our voices are heard all around the nation. But first, let me pass it back to Secretary Ray to get the celebration started.
Alabama, how do you cast your vote? Alabama passes. Delaware, how do you cast your votes?
On behalf of the great state of Delaware, home of our beloved 46th President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.,
It is our honor to unanimously cast our 34 votes for the next President of the United States, Vice President Kamala
First one. He's always in the Kings in the beginning. You can hear the songs are synced to the states with intention.
Your vote.
In a letter from the Birmingham jail, Dr. King wrote that progress is not inevitable. We have to fight for it. We have to win it. Kamala Harris will protect the legacy and the progress that we've made by our forefathers and our foremothers, and she will advance it. She will safeguard our freedom to vote by passing the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. She will fight for freedom and opportunity and build an economy that works for everyone. So, from Huntsville to Mobile, from the Black Belt to the Wiregrass, from the historic civil rights cities of Birmingham, Montgomery, and my hometown of Selma, from the people who brought us the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, the proud great state of Alabama proudly cast 56 votes for the first black woman president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, and the next vice president, Tim Walz.
Alaska, how do you cast your vote?
Alaska's motto is North to the Future. And that's exactly where Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to take us. A future full of opportunity for everyone. As a teacher, a union member, and a proud black woman, it is my honor to cast Alaska's 19 delegates for the next president of these United States, Kamala Harris.
American Samoa, how do you cast your vote?
Alofa lava. Here in American Samoa, faith, service, and community are everything. That's why we cast 10 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Now, once again, my name is DJ Cassidy, and this is the DNC roll call. So let's pass the mic around the nation.
Arizona, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas tardes. From the Grand Canyon state of Arizona, the future of the Democratic Party, where we've been bringing the heat since 2020, electing Democrats up and down the ballot. Our diverse coalition is proud to cast our 85 votes for Kamala Harris.
Arkansas, how do you cast your vote?
On behalf of the great state of Arkansas, home of American legends Johnny Cash and Sister Rosetta Tharpe, home of the trailblazing civil rights leaders Daisy Bates and the Little Rock Nine, and home of the birthplace of President William Jefferson Clinton, who inspired all of us in a place called Hope. Arkansas casts our votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz.
California, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of California passes at this time.
California passes. Colorado, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, in Colorado, we know how to climb mountains, and we're going to make
future Kamala Harris and Tim Walz reach the summit and win this election. Colorado proudly casts its votes for Kamala Harris. Get it go!
Connecticut, how do you cast your vote?
Connecticut's the Constitution state, home of the submarine, home of the jet engine, home of the Yukon Huskies slam dunk, home of Keith Richards lead guitar. We vote.
Tonight, we cast 73 votes and one president for the first female president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris!
Now we're passing the mic all around the world tonight. So let's join together. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's go!
Democrats abroad, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, Democrats Abroad represents millions of Americans who live abroad and vote back home in all 50 states and in D.C. U.S. citizens can go to votefromabroad.org to register and request a ballot. On behalf of our large, diverse community, we joyfully cast 21 votes for Kamala Harris!
District of Columbia, how do you cast your vote?
We are Washington, D.C., home to 700,000 Americans, where millions have marched for jobs and justice, where Dr. King had a dream and Obama had hope, and where in January 2025, we will host the inauguration of President Kamala Harris. Washington, D.C., the 51st state. The District of Columbia is proud to cast its 51 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Florida, how do you cast your vote?
Florida is worth fighting for. That's why we're fighting back against Project 2025 and Republican extremism. We won't go back. We won't back down. I cast 4 votes present and 243 votes in the great state of Florida for the first president, first female president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Georgia, how do you cast your vote?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight to officially nominate Kamala Harris for president. Fire, get loud, another round of shots. DNC, turn out for what? Turn out for what? Hey, turn out for what? Yeah, turn out for what? get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Now, say, we're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. B.P. Harris, coming to wall. B.P. Harris, giving the wall. Hey.
Mr. Secretary, the South's got something to say. I'm Congresswoman Akima Williams, chairwoman of the Democratic Party of Georgia. Georgia, the home of President Jimmy Carter, the cradle of the civil rights movement, where we fight for our freedom. Extremists in Georgia are trying to silence our voices by kicking Georgians off of the rolls and making it harder to vote. But y'all, when we send Kamala Harris to the White House, she'll fight for our freedom to vote, our reproductive freedoms, and our freedom to thrive. In the spirit of good trouble, Georgia cast 123 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Guam, how do you cast your vote?
Todo Centro. I am Governor Lou Myung Guerrero, the first female governor of our beautiful island of Guam. The home of the indigenous Chamorro people. And where America's Day begins. And we proudly cast our 12 votes to the next first female president of the United States of America. Viva Kamala! Viva Kamala! Viva Kamala!
Aloha, Hawaii, how do you cast your vote?
America, thank you all for loving Hawaii. The spirit of aloha means acting with love and kindness. Our Hawaii was the first state to legalize abortion. Our state was the first to ratify the ERA. Our state was the first to pass universal health care for all and target 100% renewable energy. Our state is the birthplace of Barack Obama. Our state shares the values of Kamala Harris, and we cast 6 votes present and 23 votes for Kamala Harris. First woman president.
Idaho, how do you cast your vote?
Republicans ripped away our reproductive freedoms. The Idaho Democrats are mounting our comeback. For the first time in decades, we're running in every legislative district. We are not going back. Idaho cast 27 votes for Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a celebration of democracy, a celebration of freedom, a celebration of future. Chicago, are you ready?
Our convention host, Illinois, how do you cast your vote?
Secretary, Illinois Democrats are doing the work to win in November, and I am proud to introduce my partner in the fight, my governor, J.B. Pritzker!
The great state of Illinois.
great state, home of 4 presidents, including President Barack Obama. The birthplace of skyscrapers and the adopted home of Superman. The cornerstone of the Midwest Blue Wall. The first state to ratify the 13th Amendment ending slavery. And the 19th Amendment granting women the right to vote. Illinois casts 1 vote present and 176 votes for the next president of the United States, future Madam President Kamala Harris.
Indiana, how do you cast your vote?
Indiana welcomed me into its heart. Indiana welcomed me into its heart as soon as I married Christine Harrell from Rolling Prairie. And that's before I lived in Hawkins or played the littlest player with the biggest heart at the University of Notre Dame, Rudy. I want what's best for Indiana, and that means electing Kamala Harris, the first woman president of the United States of America.
On behalf of the great Hoosier State, home of the largest single sporting day event in the world, the Indy 500, home of Michael Jackson, home of Babyface, home of David Letterman, Indiana delivers its 86 delegates to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president.
Iowa, how do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The tall corn state of Iowa, the state that launched Barack Obama on his way to the presidency, the state that put education on its state quarter, and the state that feeds and fuels the world, casts 1 vote absent and 45 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Kansas, how do you cast your vote?
I can't hear. Hello, delegates from the center of America, the Sunflower State, Kansas, where our farmers feed America, where we elect strong women who govern from the middle. As the first ever black chair of Kansas, I am proud to cast our 39 votes for the first black woman president, Kamala Harris.
The Commonwealth of Kentucky, how do you cast your vote?
Since 2021, the Biden-Harris administration has shown up for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and today we're showing up for Vice President Harris. With this administration, we've broken every record for private sector investment, exports, tourism, wages, and new jobs. Together, we're building the 2 largest battery plants on planet Earth, and we open the cleanest, greenest recycled paper mill the world has ever seen. We are proud to cast 56 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Louisiana, how do you cast your vote?
In the crowds.
Greetings from Louisiana. Mr. Secretary, my name is Wendell Pierce, and I'm a proud son of Louisiana. And Louisiana is about family, and I'm surrounded by my family of the delegates of Louisiana. And our great Congressman, Troy Carter.
Louisiana cast its vote in support of our democracy, and we stand in line for a more perfect union.
And born out of that democracy from the Big Easy, the northernmost Caribbean city, the last Bohemia was jazz. And nothing could be more emblematic of jazz and democracy than what we swing with in the Big Easy. And it's because of that that I am here to cast my personal vote for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
So Wendell Pierce was a star of the TV show Treme, which took place in New Orleans.
Also The Wire.
The Wire, yep.
The great state of Louisiana, a state that embodies the principles and spirit of hope and resilience, and so does Kamala Harris. The great state of Louisiana cast its 1 vote present, and our 47 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway there. Are you ready? Here we go, here we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Pine Tree State.
Next up is Maine. Maine, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Chair, great state of Maine, home of environmental climate activists and champions like Edmund S. Muskie and George Mitchell. Happy birthday today, George. The state where the sun rises first on the nation over our bold and rocky coast, bringing with it today a new day for the brave and open-hearted people of this country. We have improved lives, restored rights, and preserved our environment in Maine for future generations. Maine leads, and as Maine goes, so will go the nation.
Maine proudly cast 30 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
The Jumbotron identified the first speaker as Janet Mills, and I said, that's not Janet Mills, but then she came up at the end. Finished it.
Someone we're going to hear from tonight is Angela Alsobrooks, who's running for Senate in Maryland.
We are Maryland!
Wes Moore, the governor.
We will hear from tomorrow alongside Josh Shapiro.
And we represent Marylanders past and present who have contributed to America's greatness. We are the birthplace of Harriet Tubman. We are the birthplace of Thurgood Marshall. We are the birthplace of Frederick Douglass. We are the place where soldiers defended our freedoms in Baltimore and also in Antietam, and the home of thousands of veterans who call Maryland home.
Casey.
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the people of Massachusetts know something about making history. The first Thanksgiving in Plymouth, the first public school, the first public library where we don't ban books. Healthcare for all, and the first shots fired in our revolution. And we are proud, as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to make history once again. Mr. Secretary, Massachusetts counts 116 votes, all of our votes, for Kamala D. Harris for the office of President of the United States.
There's Ayanna Pressley, the mayor of Boston, Maura Healey, Ed Markey, all the Massachusetts electeds. Didn't see Elizabeth Warren there.
James telling us it's the Dropkick Murphys. That is an added benefit. Telling us this, what is it? The state,
what's the Bay State?
That's less interesting.
They also want to be the Commonwealth. They also always want to be the Commonwealth.
Anybody tell us what this song is?
How do you cast your vote?
Eminem.
Yeah, Eminem.
Yep.
Was from
Eminem.
Lose yourself.
I knew. I was just quizzing you.
Democratic Party Chair LeVar Barnes. Michigan has an incredible story. We put the world on wheels, and we built the middle class.
We are getting things done in Michigan in 2022. We flipped our state House of Representatives for the first time in 40 years. We're getting it done in Michigan.
And I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. We cut taxes. We protected freedoms. We brought manufacturing home, and we know how to win. This November, Burlington together. Michigan cast 3 125 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Senator Stabenow wasn't close enough to the mic, but man, Governor Whitmer was not going to make that same mistake. She just grabbed that thing and went for it. And now some Prince, son of Minnesota.
Minnesota, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Minnesota, home of Vice President Hubert Humphrey, Vice President Walter Mondale, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. We pass.
So they pass so they can be put to the back of the queue and have that big moment to wrap it all up at the end of the night. No, suspension.
Yeah. Who are they going to go with?
Mississippi, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary,
Couldn't help yourself,
I'm
James.
State Chair Shaq Taylor from the home of magnolias and mockingbirds, from the great state of Mississippi, from the Red Clay Hills to the Mississippi River. To our Gulf Coast, we're proud of our heroes such as Fannie Lou Hamer and our special guest, Mr. January 6th, the Honorable Benny G. Thompson. With great joy, Mississippi delivers 40 votes for our future president, Miss Kamala Harris.
And tonight is a celebration of love, a celebration of life. So let the celebration continue.
Missouri, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, I'm Russ Carnahan, Chairman of Missouri Democrats. We're home to Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. We are home to common sense leaders like President Truman, Senators Eagleton, Carnahan, McCaskill, and we will fire Josh Hawley and hire Marine veteran Lucas Combs. Our voters will reclaim reproductive freedom. Kamala Harris has sent a lightning bolt of energy and hope across this country, and we proudly cast 2 votes present and 68 votes for Kamala Harris and our Midwestern friend, Tim Walz.
do you cast your vote?
We, the delegates of the proud state of Montana, on behalf of Big Sky Country, the last best place in these United States, I'm grateful for the beauty of our land and determined to protect it for future generations.
We who sent the first woman to Congress proudly cast our 24 delegate votes to send the first woman to the White House, Kamala Harris!
John Tester phone hands. Tester back home campaigning in Montana. I think Gary Peters, the senator from Michigan, said that they think that's the toughest race. They think it's going to be harder to win in Montana than Ohio.
Nebraska. How do you cast your vote?
Nebraska, home of 4 tribal nations today, and icons Malcolm X, Standing Bear, and Willa Cather, and our homegrown homeboy, Tim Walz.
And the quality of life capital of the country, Lincoln, capital of Husker Nation, where the Biden-Harris team and unions are rebuilding the heartland.
In Omaha, now affectionately known as Kamaha, but we will protect the blue dot.
We are ready for it. Nebraska proudly casts our 34 votes for Kamala Harris and Coach Tim Walz.
I love when the states can all get the same shirt. The Washington State delegation, they're all wearing cowboy hats that light up. Some states much more coordinated than other ones. This is the Killers, who are from Nevada.
Nevada, how do you cast your vote?
As a survivor of the largest mass shooting in modern American history, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because America is done running from gun violence. No more pretending books are more dangerous to second graders than assault rifles. No more stolen lives. No more silent streams. No more shattered families. As Vice President, she helped pass the nation's first significant gun safety law in 30 years. Nevada is the battle-born state, and Kamala Harris was born for this battle. Now our chair, Danielle Monroe.
Nevada is the most diverse battleground state in the country, home of the late great Senator Harry Reid, the only Latina ever to serve in the U.S. Senate, Catherine Cortez Masto, and we are the first and only women-majority state legislature. As Nevada's first black woman chair, I proudly deliver the Silver State's 48 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
New Hampshire, how do you cast your vote?
Good evening. My name is Joanne Dowdell from the great state home of the nation's first primary, New Hampshire, where we stand granite strong. We are so proud of the many women throughout our state committed to building a future of opportunity and trailblazing the way for all of us. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our youngest delegate, Aliana Hope Manzour.
The great Live Free or Die state of New Hampshire casts all 34 of our votes for our next black woman and first South Asian president, Kamala Harris.
as one nation, under one groove. Nothing can stop us now. So no matter who you are, no matter where you are, represent your state with pride as we unite for the future.
New Jersey, how do you cast your vote?
Everybody, I'm Governor Phil Murphy. We're from Jersey, baby, and you're not. In the Great Garden State, we care about protecting women's rights and lifting up vulnerable communities. That's what we mean when we say the Great Garden State.
My name is Dr. Joey Perella, pronouns she, her, hers. I'm a proud resident of the Garden State. I'm proud to stand with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they stand with the LGBTQ community. It's time to turn the page on Trump. Thank you.
I'm Leroy Jones, the chairman of the New Jersey State Committee, the home of the late, great Whitney Houston. And New Jersey and these amazing delegates cast 2 votes present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris, President of the United States of America. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
We're from Jersey and you're not.
Well, they started it off, yeah.
The land of enchantment. Michelle Lujan Grisham, governor of that state, will be speaking later this evening.
New Mexico, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches! Chair Jessica Velasquez here with our delegates from the land of enchantment, the great state of New Mexico, where we live our family values, respect women, love our land, our water, our blue skies, our green chili, and our sunsets. We are proud to cast 45 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
I think people need a state before they on the screen.
The Empire State of Mind.
New York, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, my name is Henry Garrido. I am from the great state of New York. Unions not only built the Empire State, they built a strong middle class across this country. That is why I'm so proud to introduce the governor of the greatest labor state of the country, Governor Kathy Hochul.
As governor of the greatest state that ever existed. Hey, we're New Yorkers, get used to it. From Seneca Falls, the birthplace of the women's rights movement, to Stonewall, the birthplace of the LGBTQ movement, to Stone King Mountain, the birthplace of the environmental justice movement, and the birthplace of the labor movement. We are also not just the birthplace of great progressive movements, we are the birthplace of Shirley Chisholm. We are the birthplace of Geraldine Ferraro. And we are the home of Hillary Clinton. And that's why, as the first woman governor of New York, I am so proud to cast 290
people at home are probably yelling at their computers.
My name is Allison Clayton. I have the honor of serving as the youngest state party chair in this country. And North Carolina is the home of folks like Anthony Hamilton. Yeah, Governor Jim Hunt, Dr. Reverend William Barber, Nina Simone. We represent a new South. And we are proud to be that again this year by electing Josh Stein, Allison Riggs, Wesley Harris, Anita Earl, and everyone else that's on our ballot this year. We are going to make sure that we put Democrats on the ballot and in people's hearts and minds. North Carolina gives 131 votes to the phenomenal Kamala Harris.
Big crowds. Anderson Clayton, the state chair there, is only 26 years old. She's become something of a mini celebrity because I've seen lots of the people wanting pictures with her. She's the youngest state chair by far. She was born in 1998.
Yeah, in a state that is in play right now.
Totally.
Has been for the last few cycles.
The Democrats of North Dakota, the Peace Garden State, are proud to cast our 17 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and the best neighbor you could ever hope to have, Governor Tim Walz, for President and Vice President of the United States of America. Let's go!
So now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. This is the DNC roll call, and tonight, your voice is the future.
Northern Mariana Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Half a day, zero, and hello, everyone. We are the Northern Mariana Islands, where our customs, our culture, our land, and our oceans breathe life into our people. The earth is not red or blue. The earth is sick, and we must protect it. Home to some of the living legends in celestial navigation and to some of the friendliest people in the Pacific. We are the blue waves of the Pacific, and we are proud to cast all 11 votes for our MVP, Kamala Harris. Viva Marianas! Viva Harris Walz!
The Buckeye State, Rhonda's home state.
And the song is by John Legend, who is also an Ohioan, from Ohio.
John Legend's in town.
Mr. Secretary, Ohioans know how to make history. We put a man on the moon, and we are the founding home of the AFL-CIO. We enshrined abortion rights in our state constitution by 13 points, and we are going to send Sherrod Brown back to the U.S. Senate. As the first woman to lead Ohio Democrats, I am proud to cast our ballots for the first woman to be president of the United States. Mr. Secretary, we cast one vote present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oklahoma, how do you cast your vote?
Hello from Oklahoma, where we fight for the future for all Oklahomans can be proud of. The future where working families thrive, our diversity is our strength, and our values like freedom, equality, and opportunity puts us ahead and makes Oklahoma proud. We cast our 36 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oregon, how do you cast your vote?
nation to hold a presidential election with all mail-in voting, Oregon is proud to protect voting rights in America.
And hailing from the heart of the beautiful Pacific Northwest, Oregon protects our planet and fights for LGBTQ equality.
Party people in the place to be. We're now passing the mic at the DNC. It goes 1, 2, 3, let's go!
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. How do you cast your vote?
Let's go, Pennsylvania, let's go! My name is Mayor DeJuan Walker from the great city of Aliquippa, Beaver County. My city is a city of legends, the only high school in America with 3 Hall of Famers. I took this seat in 2009 when my sister was murdered. I wanted to do better. 15 years she's been gone. 12 years this city has been under my watch. I'm grateful for the opportunity to lead my city. I'm grateful for the state of Pennsylvania. God bless everyone in this room. I love this state, thank you.
I'm Governor Josh Shapiro. The proud governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the birthplace of democracy, the birthplace of freedom, the greatest Commonwealth of all. And together, Pennsylvania cast 178 votes for the next Madam President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and Vice President Tim Walz.
He's on the short list.
He was on the short list. Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, crowd energized. I think Massachusetts and Virginia might have something to say about Pennsylvania, saying it's the best Commonwealth. And Kentucky is Commonwealth.
Puerto Rico.
Libby's home state.
How do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches. Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory known as the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and the next state of the United States, has its 60 votes para la primera mujer afroamericana de ascendencia asiática y caribeña que será presidenta de los Estados Unidos, Kamala Harris. ¡Viva Kamala!
DNC, let's go! Roll call, keep it coming now. Roll call, keep it coming now. Roll call, keep it coming now. 1, 2, 3, let's go!
Omari.
Rhode Island. How do you cast your
Taylor
vote?
Swift. She makes an entrance.
I am Joe
Does have a house.
McCarthy, Speaker of the Rhode Island House. We are the smallest state, but we have the biggest ideas. Home to the nation's first wind farm and a historic act on climate, we continue leading the way on sustainability and housing. The deep blue ocean state is proud to cast 1 vote present and 34 ballots for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Taylor Swift's song, The Last Great American Dynasty, is about her mansion in Watch Hill, Rhode Island.
Interesting.
South Carolina. How do you cast your vote?
I'm Crystal Spain. I'm Crystal Spain, chair of the South Carolina
prosecutor and not a crook. That's why we are proud to cast our 65 delegates for Kamala Harris.
The Palmetto State.
South Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
How mitakiapi, chante washte na bechuzapalo. In my beautiful Lakota language, that means hello, my relatives. I shake your hand with a happy heart. That is the spirit of my beloved South Dakota. My name is Chante Redis, and I want to say that my people, the Ocheti Shakoan, are still here. The 7 council fires are still here. Let me tell you what a Kamala Harris presidency will mean for me, my friends, and my community. More importantly, more opportunities, more good-paying jobs, better access to health care, and a quality education. That is the future we deserve, and it is the future we will win on November 5th when we elect Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The state of South Dakota is proud to be part of such a historic moment in our country's history. We are a land that is proud of our hardworking farmers and ranchers, that celebrates 9 tribal nations and their incredible cultures, where natural beauty can be seen from the Big Sioux River to Mount Rushmore. South Dakota is honored to cast all 20 of our votes for Vice President Kamala Harris, who will soon be known as Madam President.
A lot of joy in this crowd. A lot of energy.
A lot of energy, yeah.
A volunteer state.
And more importantly, a Dolly Parton song.
Dolly Parton, 9 to 5.
9 to 5.
Tennessee, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Tennessee, birthplace of rock and roll, hometown to the blues, home of 7 HBCUs, and the state that gave women the right to vote. From the bluffs of Memphis to the peaks of Mountain City, the movement for justice rooted in love in Tennessee is still strong. It is a movement where kids are free from gun violence, a movement where women have the right to choose, a movement where working people get access to economic opportunity, a movement where those who have been pushed to the periphery are brought to the center, a movement where those who have been pushed down are lifted up. It is alive in Tennessee because we believe that justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream, which is why we are so proud to have been the first state in the union to have pledged all of our delegates to Kamala D. Harris. We cast 72 votes for the first woman and next president of the United States, Kamala D. Harris.
That was one of the 3 state legislators who was kicked out for speaking out against gun violence on the floor, being ruled out of order, but then went home and re-won his seat back after being expelled by the Republicans. The Lone Star State.
And of course, Beyonce song.
Freedom.
Texas.
This is the song. This is not that song, James.
Not that song.
That's Kamala Harris's walk-on song.
It's like actress Evelyn Boyer.
Yeah.
Hello, Chicago! I'm Evelyn Boyer from Corpus Christi, Texas,
Cecile Richards,
home
yep.
of Selena Quintanilla, and I'm here to introduce native Texan Cecile Richards.
I'm proud to be here tonight representing a tradition in Texas of progressivism and my late mother, Ann Richards, the governor of Texas, and passing it on to another great Texas heroine, Kate Cox.
I'm Kate Cox, and I love being a mom. I have 2 beautiful children, and my husband and I have always wanted a third. But when I got pregnant, doctors told us our baby would never survive. And if I didn't get an abortion, it would put a future pregnancy at risk. But Trump didn't care. And because of his abortion bans, I had to flee my home. There's nothing pro-family about abortion bans. There's nothing pro-life about letting women suffer and even die. Today, because I found a way to access abortion care, I am pregnant again. And my baby is due in January, just in time to see Kamala Harris sworn in as President of the United States.
Mr. Secretary, my name is Gilberto Hinojosa, chair of the Texas Democratic Party, and of the nation's biggest battleground state with 40 electoral votes on behalf of 30 million Americans. Texas cast 3 votes for president and 263 votes for freedom, for the future, for the first woman to serve as the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
I was just waiting for you to say it, James.
Utah, how do you cast your vote?
Utah, home of 8 tribal nations, the crossroads of the West, the Beehive State, the host of the 2034 Winter Olympics, the youngest and fastest growing state in the nation, and the next battleground state. Mr. Secretary, we proudly cast 34 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris!
Vermont, how do you cast your vote?
Vermont knows the value of public education. We even have a teacher as our congresswoman. And in 1777, we were the first state to place public education in our Constitution. As someone with significant learning disabilities, I know the value of investing in every single child. We are proud to call Vermont home, and we are proud to cast our 24 votes for Kamala Harris because we are not going back.
Yes.
The U.S. Virgin Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, we are proud to call the Virgin Islands of the United States our home, a place of resistance and freedom, home of Alexander Hamilton, the first slave rebellion in the Western Hemisphere, the fire-burned Queens. We are proud to celebrate a nominee of Caribbean heritage.
From America's Caribbean, the place where the sun rises first in America, from the place of great liberty and the vacation home of President Joe Biden, the Virgin Islanders are strong, resilient, and committed and passionate to vote for the next President of the United States. All 13 votes to Kamala Harris!
These cardboard cutouts with the face of Harrison Walls are pretty fun. Well, Virginia, another Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth of Virginia, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, the Commonwealth of Virginia is proudly represented by Senator Mark Warner and Senator Tim Kaine, majorities in the House of Representatives with 6 hardworking Congress members and majorities in the General Assembly. We also are proud to be represented by 25,000 hardworking, mostly union workers who build freedom, by building aircraft carriers and submarines. Senator Warner.
Virginia, where this year we're going to return Tim Kaine to the United States Senate. Our Commonwealth of Virginia is proud to cast all 119 votes for the next President, Kamala Harris.
Mark Warner was one of the first senators to organize against Joe Biden, organizing a letter calling on him to drop out after that debate performance.
Okay, look for the cowboy, the light up cowboy hats. Yeah, that's
White cowboy hats.
Washington, how do you cast your vote?
From the amber waves of grain and verdant origins of eastern Washington to the iconic waters of the Sailor Sea, Washington stands proud as a part of the Blue Wolves. I, the first South Asian woman leading a state party, am honored to pledge 9 votes present and a lucky 101 votes.
Has led the progressive caucus.
Country home. Country roads take me home. We're getting toward the end of the alphabet. Excitement building in the hall.
How do you cast your vote?
My name is Jean Evansmore, and I'm 83 years old. And as such, I am the oldest of the delegates in West Virginia. Most 83-year-olds that I know are spending time with their grandchildren or traveling. But I'm here, suited up and ready to battle. Because I will not, I repeat, I will not let everything I've fought for be taken away by Donald Trump.
My name is Catherine Prather. I am 18 years old, and I am the youngest delegate from West Virginia. I'm suited up and ready for battle because I will not let my freedoms and my future be taken away by Donald Trump. That's why we're proud to cast West Virginia's 24 delegates for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris!
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. Now, are you ready?
My home state of Wisconsin, how do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Badger Jason Ray, for all your good work.
Cheese heads in full force.
As a proud governor of the great state of Wisconsin, we're home of the Green Bay Packers. We're home of the Wisconsin Badgers. We're home of the Milwaukee Brewers. And the Milwaukee Bucks, as well as U.S. Senator, our best U.S. Senator, Tammy Baldwin. And our great congressional folks, Gwen Moore and Mark Pocan. I'm here because I'm jazzed as hell to announce that Wisconsin cast 1 vote present and 94 votes who are we at? Got me going here. Former Wisconsinite, former state, oh my God. We love you, Tony! We love you, Tony! 94 votes for. I'll get there, Jason, I'll get there. 94 votes for former Wisconsinite, Vice President, and our next President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
referring to Kamala Harris spent some time in Madison, Wisconsin for trial.
Wyoming, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, delegates, my name's Joe Barbudo, and these folks around me, we are honored to be representing the great state of Wyoming. Both the first state and territory in this nation to recognize a woman's right to vote, and the state that 100 years ago elected Democrat Nellie Taylor Ross, our nation's first female governor. With that legacy in mind and heart, the Equality State cast all of our votes for the woman who will be the first woman president of the United States. Say it with me now, Kamala Harris!
All right. Good job. Back to Minnesota. Tim Walz with 8. It's the new flag.
The great state of Minnesota. How do you cast your vote?
Hello, Minnesota!
The land of 10,000 lakes.
Storvik and Tim Walz was my neighbor, coach, and favorite teacher. We were excited to go to his classroom every day. If you've ever been in high school, you know that can be rare. He opened our eyes to the world. He taught us how to talk about global issues with respect, curiosity, and kindness, even and especially when we disagreed. But he wasn't just a great teacher. He was also a great neighbor and friend. In fact, when he was in the midst of a budget battle as governor of our state, he still found time to attend my brother's funeral. Mr. Walz means the world to my family. He's always been there for us, and that's how I know he'll always be there for you as vice president.
Thank you, Hans. Minnesota, let me hear you. There you go.
Former Minnesota
14
Vikings
years
star.
in the National Football League taught me a lot about leadership. A good leader cannot be selfish. He has to look out for his team. Coach Walz is unselfish as they come. He has led Minnesota with honesty and integrity. And in November, Minnesota is going to send Tim Walz and Kamala Harris to the White House. Let's go!
I'm Amy Klobuchar, the senator from the great state of Minnesota, where nearly everyone votes and purple reigns.
And I'm Tina Smith from the great state of Minnesota, the home of the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. Minnesota, we cast 10 votes present, and we deliver 81 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Back to California. Cali is where it's at tonight.
The
Golden
great
State.
state of California. How do you cast your vote?
My name's Governor Gavin Newsom. From the great state of Nancy Pelosi. I come from a state like our nation of dreamers, of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators that prides itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. California is the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. And we pride ourselves on our ability to live together and advance together and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. But the thing we pride ourselves most on is that we believe the future happens in California first. And Democrats, I've had the privilege for over 20 years to see that future taking shape with a star in Alameda courtroom by the name of Kamala Harris. I saw that star
I saw that star fighting for criminal justice, racial justice, economic justice, social justice. I saw that star get even brighter as Attorney General of California, as a United States Senator, and as Vice President of the United States of America. Kamala Harris has always done the right thing. A champion for voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights for women and girls. So Democrats and independents, it's time for us to do the right thing, and that is to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris.
Out of Oakland, California, Harris's hometown.
Thank you to everyone who participated in our celebratory roll call. Delegates, please know how critical you are to this process, both now and earlier this month when we conducted our virtual roll call. I am thrilled to reaffirm Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. Vice President Kamala Harris has been invited to make an acceptance speech, which she will give on Thursday, August 22nd. But now, a special surprise. It's my pleasure to introduce our party's official nominee for President of the United States, live from my home state of Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Exciting Chicago. The delegates at the Democratic National Convention, well, they just completed their roll call. And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America. Everyone there and here for believing in what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward. A future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you're going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
Please welcome TV personality, loud and proud Latina.
Kamala Harris accepting the nomination, although, of course, she really locked it up in the true sense a couple of weeks ago. But this is an effective moment to have some pomp and circumstance, Rhonda and James. This arena is full of people. You can really see and feel that because they've all got these glittery bracelets on that are glowing throughout the arena. And then to see her pack that Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee, where Donald Trump held the Republican convention, is a powerful double optic, Rhonda.
Yeah, and it's also showing, at least the Democrats were trying to show, that they are across the country right now, that this energy is not only contained in this arena, but it's in Milwaukee. They also showed shots of a watch party in Oakland, California, her hometown. So they're trying to show that this energy is spread throughout. At least that's what they're trying to convey.
Okay, and so much energy in the roll call vote.
It was quite a flex. You know, it was, Gavin Newsom really fired up the room. The energy was building. It is a much more energized crowd than the first couple hours of last night. People are excited, and that shot in Milwaukee was amazing in terms of how many people they packed in.
We have Joe Snell, who was on the floor throughout the roll call vote. Let's go to him. Joe, tell us about what it was like down there.
Yeah, I was just walking on the floor during the roll call. Electric, electric, electric. It was like a light show down there. Delegates were given wristbands that they were waving in the air. There were cowboy hats lit up. Folks were wearing American flags with pins of Obama and past conventions they'd been to. It was a star-studded event. We saw Spike Lee for New York. We saw Sean Astin for Indiana to Chants of Rudy. And of course, it was about the music too. We heard Eminem for Michigan, Snoop Dogg for California, and of course, Sweet Home Alabama. I spoke to delegates about how tonight is different than last night. One told me that it's on another level. Another told me it was like an electric wave was riding through the crowd. And the third told me tonight is party night. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Joe. It's all building up to Thursday, though. Let's go over the highlights that we expect tonight, though. Senator Chuck Schumer should talk soon. We'll also hear from Senator Bernie Sanders, Rhonda.
Senator Bernie Sanders, there's a Senate candidate from Maryland. We've already talked to her about her, but she is running in what might be a very tight race for Democrats. Maybe one of those we're waiting to see how it pans out and if it determines the majority or the minority in the
Angela
Senate.
also Brooks running against a very popular governor, Larry Hogan, who's very moderate as Republicans go these days. But she's had a long-time friendship with Kamala Harris, so we'll get to hear from her about their personal journey together.
Right, that's right. I actually talked to a member of her team, and that's what she previewed to me, is that they've known each other for 14 years. They've built a friendship. So a part of tonight, too, and throughout the week, is sort of kind of character testimonies for Kamala Harris, introducing her to the nation, humanizing her. We're also going to hear from Doug Emhoff, second gentleman. He will probably play that role as well, giving personal anecdotes, how they met, trying to, paint a picture of a woman who has been by his side, helped raise his children, has a, co-parenting relationship with his first wife, and has a blended family, which does resemble a lot of America. So you're likely to hear tonight a lot about her as a person as well. And of course, we can't forget, we're also waiting for former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama.
And something that we expect to hear from the Obamas, James, is a testament that Kamala Harris is ready to lead, because Barack Obama is in the unique position of having experienced what it's like to be in the Oval Office.
Yeah, absolutely, and is a validator with a lot of people who really admire him but aren't necessarily engaged and activated. You think about the Barack Obama coalition, politics really has changed. This afternoon, I was actually looking at all the counties in the country that went from supporting Obama twice to supporting Trump. 25 counties supported Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020, and Obama twice. Obama speaking to the voters in those counties. Now, some of them aren't going to come back to the Democrats, but Obama can reach some of that old coalition. They're trying to bring a little of the 2008 magic back tonight. That convention was in Denver in the Mile High Stadium where the Denver Broncos play. There were famously big pillars, and I think Obama is the biggest celebrity in Democratic politics, and he wants to give a little bit of that aura to Kamala Harris.
We're also going to hear from a Republican mayor. We'll hear from former First Lady Michelle Obama before Barack Obama comes on stage, and all of it builds up to tomorrow night when Tim Walz speaks, and then on Thursday when Kamala Harris herself speaks. And you heard that she will sort of accept the nomination in this sort of ceremonial way on Thursday night. So much of this is building to that, and the question will be, can Democrats keep this feeling of momentum beyond this building? The thing about the roll call experience is it really did show passion, energy, and a revitalized Democratic Party. Let's go back to the floor now and hear Senator Chuck Schumer.
Everybody, wasn't that a great roll call?
Now just let me hear you if you're ready for President Kamala Harris. Friends, we're here to talk about one thing, tomorrow, and building a better tomorrow for all Americans. This November, we can choose a brighter, a fairer, a freer future, or we can relive the dark night of Trump's American carnage. Only one candidate will move America forward, Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris has been the best partner Senate Democrats could ever have asked for. Under her and President Biden's leadership, Senate Democrats lowered prescription drug prices and created millions of good-paying American jobs. I worked with Kamala Harris when she was Senator Harris. I saw a leader who was fearless, who stood up for middle-class families like the one she was raised in, who focused on things that really mattered. Helping parents raise their kids, safe neighborhoods, safe schools, and building an opportunity economy that gives everyone a shot at the American dream. She will lead America forward into a brighter future, but she can't do it alone. She needs a Democratic majority in the Senate of the United States. Now, my friends, 2 years ago, the naysayers said Senate Democrats stood no chance in the midterms. I told them, just you wait. We're going to keep the Senate and maybe pick up a seat or two, and that's exactly what happened. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my good friends at this convention, I am telling all of you now, we're going to hold the Senate again, and we're poised to pick up seats. A Democratic majority to create good-paying jobs and lower costs, to defend a woman's right to choose, to deliver for communities back home. Our senators are doing it, like Jackie Rosen, delivering high-speed rail for Nevada, John Tester, bringing high-tech jobs to Montana, and Libby Casey and Sherrod Brown and Tammy Baldwin and Martin Heinrich fixing bridges in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Wisconsin and New Mexico. We also have amazing candidates. Ruben Gallego, Angela Alsobrooks, Andy Kim, Alyssa Slotkin, Lisa Blunt, Rochester, Colin Allred, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. And folks, listen to this. More than half of our candidates are candidates of color. We're making the Senate look like America. Now let's compare that with Senate Republicans. Senate Republicans pretend to care about middle-class families, but they voted no on expanding the child tax credit, and J.D. Vance didn't even show up to vote. Senate Republicans pretend to care about the border, but they voted no on the strongest border bill in a decade. Republicans tend to care about freedom, but they voted no on a woman's right to choose. No to safeguard IVF. No to birth control. That is just a taste of their extreme agenda. Is that what we want for America? Do we want a Republican Senate that assaults reproductive freedoms? Do we want a Republican Senate that cuts taxes for the rich, rigs the game for big oil and big pharma? Well, folks, the choice is ours. Now, let me close on a personal note. As the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in American history, I want my grandkids and all grandkids to never, never face discrimination because of who they are. But Donald Trump, this is a guy who peddles anti-Semitic stereotypes. He even invited a white supremacist to Mar-a-Lago. And unfortunately, his prejudice goes in all directions. He fuels Islamophobia and issued a Muslim ban as president. Tonight, folks, I am wearing this blue square to stand up to anti-Semitism, to stand up to all hate. Our children, our grandchildren, no matter their race, no matter their creed, their gender or family, deserve better than Donald Trump's American carnage. So, are you ready to make sure Donald Trump never, ever gets near the White House again? So let's elect Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and a Democratic majority in the Senate, and keep the torch of freedom burning bright for generations to come. On to victory in November.
From Senator Schumer to Senator Bernie Sanders coming up in just a moment, James.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders is an interesting figure. Obviously, he ran in 2016 and 2020. He was someone who actually encouraged Joe Biden to stay in the race publicly at a time when some of the moderate senators were pushing to get out. And we're going to hear Bernie Sanders talk about what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris accomplished with the Democratic Senate that Chuck Schumer was just talking about. I think maybe for the first time in the history of a political convention, they showed a clip of Kamala Harris casting some tie-breaking votes as kind of basically the walk-up song for Chuck Schumer, and that's probably the first time they've ever played those tie-breaking votes at a political convention. But it's an effort to show that Harris was front and center in the popular achievements of the last 3.5 years.
Rhonda, what's the significance of having Chuck Schumer there talking about like anti-Semitism, having that moment, really trying to bring home that message?
Well, you know, he covered a lot of ground in a very short speech for Senator Schumer.
And also for the convention, because yesterday the
he kept it tight. I was looking at the timing.
The rules, yeah.
He did, but he was trying to hit everything. I actually think one thing that he said that we haven't really talked a lot about is that in order for Harris to do anything, she's going to have a Democratic Senate. That is the reality. I know we've talked a lot about her platform, and I've looked it over, you've looked it over, and it was the Biden platform prior. And it was a lot of legislative achievements, building on a lot of legislative achievements that the Biden administration already did. And these are things that, you know, took a lot of negotiation. And if they even did get through, you know, something like child tax credits, that takes a very long time. And we've seen in the last few cycles that both chambers have had razor-thin majorities. So the reality is, yes, these candidates can put out platforms, but these down-ballot races, you know, I always want to talk about down-ballot races, those are going to be very, very key in this next term.
And the reality is it's going to be very hard for the Democrats to hold the Senate. They have already lost West Virginia. Democrats aren't even contesting it. Joe Manchin retiring as an independent now. So it's 50-50. So Kamala Harris has to win for Tim Walz to be the tie-breaking vote. And then Democrats would have to run the table in a bunch of states Trump won, including Montana and Ohio.
Let's go listen to Senator Bernie Sanders getting a hugely warm welcome from the crowd in here.
Thank you. Thank you. My fellow Americans, It is an honor. It is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important. I want you all to remember where we were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office. A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within 2 months of taking office, our government did respond. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class. We extended and expanded benefits for the unemployed. We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed health care coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history. We provided rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevented tenants and homeowners from being evicted. We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%. Oh, and by the way, we cut childhood poverty by over 40% through an expanded child tax credit. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Thank you, Democratic Congress. Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point. When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country. And now we need to summon that will again, because too many of our fellow Americans are struggling every day to just get by, to put food on the table, to pay the rent, and to get the health care they need. Brothers and sisters, bottom line, we need an economy that works for all of us, not just the billionaire class. My fellow Americans, when 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, the top 1% have never, ever had it so good. And these oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. And we shouldn't increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors. Well, I've got some bad news for them. That is precisely what we are going to do. And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely what the American people want from their government. And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process. Billionaires in both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections. For the sake of our democracy, we must overturn the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move toward public funding of elections. And let me tell you what else we must do. We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege. We need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We need to pass the PRO Act so that workers can organize in unions and gain the decent pay and benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education, raise teachers' salaries, and make sure that every American, regardless of income, receives the higher education he or she needs. We need to take on Big Pharma and cut our prescription drug costs in half so that we no longer pay any more than other countries. Joe and Kamala made sure that no senior in America pays over $35 a month for insulin. We need to make sure that reality is true for every American. I look forward to working with Kamala and Tim to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you what a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2025. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, giving more tax breaks to billionaires is radical. Putting forth budgets to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is radical. letting polluters destroy our planet is radical. And my friends, we won't let that happen. Fellow Americans, in the last 3.5 years, working together, we have accomplished more than any government since FDR. But much, much more remains to be done. We must summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. Abroad, we must end this horrific war in Gaza. Bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire. At home right here, we must take on big pharma, big oil, big ag, big tech, and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people. On November 5th, let us elect Kamala Harris as our president, and let us go forward to create the nation we know we can become. Thank you all very much.
Please welcome Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Fellow Democrats, welcome to Chicago. City in a proud blue state. Our patriotism was formed in frost and in fire, and in the steel we forged to survive both. Our love of country has been a tapestry of faith that weaves from Abraham Lincoln reuniting a house divided to Barack Obama declaring blue states and red states make one United States. Now, Illinois' presidential pedigree is unmatched. And given that Vice President Kamala Harris spent some of her early life right here, I speak for the entire Illinois delegation when I say, we claim her too. Now, one president we will never claim is the con artist the Republicans nominated in Milwaukee last month. Donald Trump once called Chicago embarrassing. To quote a great Chicagoan who won 6 world championships on these very grounds, we take that personally. I had to govern for 2 years while Trump was president. Let me tell you what's embarrassing. In Illinois, we passed a massive bill to fix our roads and bridges. When Donald Trump proposed his own plan, he turned right around and called it stupid. We eliminated the grocery tax. Donald hasn't been in a grocery store since his first bankruptcy. Illinois invested in clean energy and the jobs it brings. Donald claimed that windmills in the ocean made the whales a little batty. During COVID, we supported small businesses and jobs. And Donald, well, Donald told us to inject bleach. Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire. Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity. Now, I meet with business leaders all the time, and there's one universal thing they all need: people. They need more workers to fill all the jobs they have. But the anti-freedom, anti-family policies of MAGA Republicans are driving workers away. Here's the thing. Americans don't want to be forced to drive 100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward. Americans want the hope of giving birth through IVF, not the fear that it might be taken away. Americans with LGBTQ kids don't want them facing discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it. Americans want to go to their neighborhood grocery store and not have to worry about some random guy open carrying an AR-15. Americans don't want their kids to be taught in history class that slavery was a jobs program. And if Americans are black or brown, they want to get promoted at work without being derided as a DEI hire for the sin of being successful while not white. Let's be clear. It's not woke that limits economic growth. It's weird. And these guys aren't just weird, they're dangerous. Democrats are for lower taxes and higher wages, less inflation and more business growth. We just think it's wrong to craft those policies for Elon Musk and not for everyday working people. That includes a secure retirement and good health care. We think the government should help you prosper, not police who you're sleeping with. More than anything, Democrats want economic policies that are kind, not cruel. But Trump chooses cruelty every time. After all, everything he's achieved in his own life has been by hurting someone else. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, well, they've spent their lives lifting people up, not pushing them down. They know that a White House that leads with kindness looks at someone who is struggling and sees not what they might cost society, but what they might create for it. Americans want policies that give every American a chance to make it to the middle class. They want to grow small businesses, and Democrats want to cut taxes for everyday people. More than anything, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want a country where we can all live with a little serenity. The serenity that comes with a balanced checkbook, an affordable grocery bill, and a housing market that has room for everyone. And if there's one thing I know about Donald Trump, he's not bringing anyone any kind of serenity. We have a choice, America, between the man who left our country a total mess and the woman who has spent 4 years cleaning it up. And I think it's time we stop expecting women to clean up messes without the authority and the title to match the job. Vice President was a good title for Kamala Harris, but you know an even better one? President of the United States of America. Let's go get 'em!
Governor Pritzker getting the crowd really amped up here. Let's go to Jorge Ribas, who's down on the floor with delegates. Jorge?
Director of General Catalyst, Ken Chenault.
Hi, Libby. I'm here with Shelly Hedelman from Maryland. Shelly, I noticed first when I came up is your Maryland flag shirt or jacket. So describe that a little bit. It's very glittery.
It is very glittery.
Yeah.
Maryland is very, very proud of its flag, and so I thought where better to wear and show off our Maryland flag than at the Democratic Convention.
So in a few minutes, Angela Alsobrooks is going to be speaking. She's running for Senate. Tell me a little bit about, what you want to hear from her and just really kind of how you felt the night has gone so far.
So far, so good. I mean, it's really exciting to see each state participate in the roll call and put Kamala Harris over the top. The simulcast from Milwaukee was really cool. How many times do you get to have this many people in an arena and have her have thousands of people in Milwaukee? And it was just really exciting to have it all happen at once. So we're really excited that Angela Alsobrooks is going to get a primetime spot tonight. We're really looking forward to hearing her talk about her relationship with Kamala Harris. It's been many, many years. They've had sort of parallel careers. They both have encouraged one another when they were each state's attorneys, and they have a personal connection. And it's just amazing that they're on the ballot this year, and that synergy is, I think, going to be really exciting for the people of Maryland who are going to be able to cast their vote for her to be our next U.S. Senator from Maryland.
Let me ask you, who else tonight are you interested, or who's spoken already tonight so far that you've wanted to hear speak, and who tonight are you interested in hearing speak?
So I thought it was really cool to hear Chuck Schumer speak. I've been a longtime fan of his. I am really looking forward to former President Obama. Really looking forward to him. I thought Hillary Clinton knocked it out of the park last night. AOC knocked it out of the park last night. And so I'm just looking forward to that kind of oratory tonight to lift us all up. And I just think it's going to be a really exciting night.
All right. And so for people who are just watching this casually, clicking on links online or whatever, watching the WashingtonPost.com, what is the energy like in this room? How would you describe the energy so far tonight and last night?
Electric. I think people are really excited. I think you can look around and see the diversity in the crowd, too. It really reflects America. You have people from all walks of life, from all kinds of career backgrounds, all kinds of economic strata of our country. It's just really reflective of America and who we are, and it's really exciting to see that reflected in our candidates this year.
Shelly, thank you so much. Libby, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Jorge. That word again, electric, which is exactly what Democrats want people to take away from this and also feel when they are watching on television, watching online. The roll call of states seems like something that will go down in memory just because it did have so much energy, diversity in age, diversity in message, James.
Lil Jon stole the show. I mean,
Georgia, go Georgia.
I mean, we're going to hear from Michelle Obama, and obviously her signature line in 2016 was, when they go low, we go high. And I was thinking of that because he was like, get low, as he was coming down. It was an amazing entrance. I mean, it really was. Came down the stairs, went right into the heart of the Georgia delegation. It brought down the House. It does feel like a Taylor Swift concert. They have these wristbands that were lighting up red, white, and blue. the politicians honestly are kind of a buzzkill after that. Like even if you love Bernie Sanders and Chuck Schumer and J.B. Pritzker, they had some good lines, all of them. It's just when you go to these politicians talking, it's such a contrast to the joy, which is what they're trying to do. And that Kamala Harris event, that is a signature move by David Plouffe. Plouffe was Barack Obama's campaign manager in 2008. He's come into the Harris campaign as a senior advisor, and this was the kind of thing that the Obama folks did all the time in 2008.
Tell us more. What do you mean?
To fill up the Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee, a swing state that was decided by 20,000 votes in 2020 and actually by 10,000 votes in 2016. So to be able to put 20,000 plus people in that arena in Milwaukee where Democrats need to have huge turnout, it is a real flex that shows we have the organizing capacity. We have this compressed campaign schedule, but they also announced today they raised $500 million since Kamala Harris became the nominee. They're turning down chances to have big fundraisers because they think that the best use of Kamala Harris's time is to go to these swing states where she can draw huge Obama-sized crowds and recreate a little of the magic of 2008.
Rhonda, what have you heard from the politicians on the stage that James sort of said,
I'm not putting them down.
Quieter.
I'm not putting them down. They said lots of great stuff.
It's all about energy, though. It's all about energy. Right. What are you hearing from them that's ringing as through lines or important takeaways?
Well, we talked about when Chuck Schumer spoke, and the delegate that Jorge just talked to, she said his name first when she said the speeches that she wanted to hear from. We heard him talk about the importance of the down ballot. He probably wants to return as majority leader in the Senate, but the math has not been right. The math has not been there. There have been two races in particular we've been watching closely. Ohio with Sherrod Brown, John Tester of Montana. Both are not here. That is probably a calculated move that they may not want to be associated so much with the party base right now. But we've heard that from Schumer about the importance of down ballot. We heard from Bernie Sanders discuss, some of the progressive agenda. It was a lot of familiar themes that we heard from him as a presidential candidate himself, as a senator. But it does tap into, his appeal with some parts of the base, the progressive base. So a lot of the speakers have been built to sort of speak to all the corners of the Democratic Party right now.
Bernie Sanders got huge applause when he called for a ceasefire in Gaza and the hostages being brought home, really emphasizing the need for no more slaughtering of Palestinian people. The arena got quiet and then got very loud and it was a lot of applause. There's a lot of chatter while Bernie Sanders was talking. I think if you've heard his speech before, if you've heard him talk before, it was a lot of chestnuts, if you will, a lot of very similar themes. But that was the moment where I feel like people really tuned in and responded to what he was saying, Rhonda.
They did, and that's a developing issue with this base. There are some folks who aren't quite sure what to do, what to say about it right now. There are also others, as we've talked about, some of the delegates that are results of the protest votes that happened. There are 30 of them who are uncommitted and wanted their voice to be heard this week. So, I think right now the Democratic Party is trying to figure out how to address that issue because it is going to be something that we're going to have to hear Harris talk about a lot more.
And I think that's what was unique about that because he wasn't shying away from it, right? He was plunging into it and confronting it head on, and that seemed to be refreshing to the crowd.
Yeah, and that is his, that's Bernie Sanders' whole political appeal. His authenticity is that he's not part of the Democratic establishment. Joe Biden in his speech last night said of the protesters, they have a point. And we know from poll reports that Kamala Harris's rally in Milwaukee was interrupted by Gaza protesters, similar to what happened here last night. But I think a lot of people here in the hall, it is top of mind. Obviously, there's the protest that we've been hearing about and we'll talk more about. But it is it does feel odd because for a lot of people it is topic A or B or C. But the official organizers in the program are trying to skirt anything that's divisive. They want to talk about things everyone in the room can cheer for about, Donald Trump's terrible. Everyone can cheer for that. But when you get into this issue that does divide the coalition, it's striking that Bernie Sanders decided to really go there. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez did as well, and that is a reflection of that is what
and she did get a lot of cheers for that as well.
She did. The progressive grassroots of the party wants their leaders to address the issues they care about, and that's what they did.
JM, what stands out to you from this string of lawmakers we've heard from this evening?
A lot can change in 8 years, 4 years, 1 month, as we've seen, right? Bernie Sanders got a big ovation, but it was nothing compared to the ovation that Hillary Clinton got last night. That sort of kind of energy reversal, I think, in some ways was unthinkable 8 years ago when they ran against each other in the Democratic primary campaign there. It was also, I think, a very interesting contrast to have Bernie Sanders on stage 1 minute talking, slamming billionaires, as he does in his speeches, and then to have the richest elected politician in the United States come out right after him in J.B. Pritzker and speak to the crowd. Quite a contrast there. And the last thing I'll note, Libby, is earlier Rhonda was talking about the importance of the Senate. Much of Harris's agenda that we know of it at this point does not happen without a Democratic Senate, and probably a little bit of buffer there as well. And the fact that you have the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, on stage talking is significant, talking about the key races, the key down ballot races that they have. Something that did not happen at the Republican National Convention was having their Senate Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, speak. So even there, Democrats are drawing the contrast, trying to talk about things. James was talking about John Tester earlier. He's not there this week, but tomorrow he's holding a fundraiser with the bassist from Pearl Jam. They grew up in the same hometown, and that's right before Pearl Jam holds a concert. So a lot of energy, even outside of Chicago this week.
Yeah, such a great point, JM, about the critique of the billionaires and then a very rich man coming on stage right after that. You know, when we were at the RNC, JM, Mitch McConnell got booed because he was part of the roll call of states representing Kentucky. It was quite a bit more subdued when Republicans did it. But JM, the auditorium booed him, and really you couldn't even hear him because the crowd was so negative. I mean, what a difference that is from this, because even though there may be divisions within the Democratic Party, they are unified in this mission tonight, JM.
Well, and that's a great point, Libby, right? Because we talked, I think rightly so, about how unified the Republicans felt like. It felt like they were coming out of that convention. But even when you talk about someone like a Mitch McConnell, right, who has said he's supporting the Republican nominee, Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell is someone who said that Donald Trump was responsible for the January 6th Capitol attack, right? So even there, you've got some pretty significant kind of fault lines within the party still, even among Republicans who are saying that they're going to vote for Trump. And it does feel like so far this week, when you have folks like Hillary Clinton getting the reception that she got, when you have folks like Bernie Sanders, Chuck Schumer, J.B. Pritzker all sharing the stage back to back to back, that is showing sort of the wide landscape of the Democratic Party. But the fact that they're so unified right now behind Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is significant, and also seems to show that they know, beyond everything else that may divide them, that Trump is a singular figure for them. He is a singular unifying figure for them to vote against. And James was mentioning that earlier.
Yeah, James.
It really is a testament to the power of the Democratic establishment vis-a-vis the Republican establishment. And it is now Donald Trump's party, but like the Republican establishment, the Mitch McConnells of the world, would love to be rid of Donald Trump. And here, you know, the crowd, the grassroots, the base is cheering Nancy Pelosi, who orchestrated basically Biden being pushed aside. It's been striking how few mentions of Joe Biden there have been so far tonight after we heard from him last night. And the leaders of the Democratic Party, Chuck Schumer, you compare, he's the majority leader, McConnell's the minority leader. The base of the party, partly because Schumer has worked so hard to cultivate them. The AOCs, I think at one point Schumer was worried that AOC would launch a primary challenge against him. So that was part of why Schumer moved to the left, but also tried to really befriend her. The result is that the Democratic establishment still controls the party, and the Republican establishment does not control the Republican Party.
Yeah, the infrastructure as a party is still there with the Democrats. And you look at the RNC that is led by the former president's daughter-in-law. She's a co-chair. And remember when we were at the RNC, and I pointed out that there are pictures of Trump around the entire arena. And that's something we never really saw at, previous conventions. And in fact, here you don't really see pictures of Harris, plastered around the arena.
I mean, and it wasn't just Trump with other people, Trump doing laws with people in the country. No, it was just Trump. It was an iconography.
Right.
It was Trump, 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 Trump. Yeah.
So it does show you that one party is surrounding a personality versus one that still kind of has its infrastructure.
Rhonda, you've been talking about these tough Senate races. Let's talk about Angela Alsobrooks, who we're going to see next on stage, running for Senate in Maryland against popular Governor Larry Hogan. What will we hear from her tonight, and what role can she play? I mean, I think a lot of people are curious about who she is and what she'll stand for as a Senate candidate, but she has even more to offer than that tonight.
Yeah, you know, this is a moment where she plans to talk about Kamala Harris as a friend. They've been friends for 14 years. I was told that by a member of Alsobrooks' team. So she's really going to talk about the character of Kamala Harris, who she is as a human. But I also think this is a moment where Alsobrooks will be introduced to the national party, the national audience. We are close to Maryland, of course, and we'll be reporting on all the races, all the Senate races. So we might be more familiar with her, but the rest of the nation might not be. But she is a county executive of a county in Maryland. She has name recognition. I think she may have surprised some folks during the Maryland primary when she, in the last few weeks of campaigning, somewhat came out of nowhere. She was running against a very well self-funded candidate, David Trone, who's congressman, and she beat him. So she does look like someone who will make that race pretty competitive. But again, as you point out, she is going up against a moderate Republican candidate in a former governor of Maryland. So he also has incredible name recognition and somewhat of national name recognition. So it'll be, this race is one that I know I'll really be looking at closely. She had endorsements from Maryland's House delegation and other lawmakers. So she seems like she really has a coalition behind her.
She and Kamala Harris also have somewhat parallel journeys in politics, and I think we may hear tonight about how Kamala Harris has mentored her and how they have really forged commonalities together as women seeking office, and now Angela Alsobrooks hoping to follow in Kamala Harris's steps by joining the Senate, James.
Both district attorneys, prosecutors, and
women of color.
I was going to say they also are part of a very small club of black women running for the U.S. Senate.
And women of color who worked as prosecutors. And if she wins, there's the potential to have two black women senators in the Senate this year, which has never happened before, which is pretty shocking if you think about it.
Yeah, Lisa Blunt Rochester is the other from Delaware, replacing Tom Carper unchallenged. She was with Chris Coons announcing the delegates earlier. It is, we're
about to go now to the stage.
Excellent.
To hear this candidate for Senate. We've been talking about someone who is of interest in this next generation of Democratic politicians. Let's go back to the stage now.
Good evening, America, and hello, Maryland. People like me, thank you. People like me, stories like mine, don't usually make it to the United States Senate, but they should. I'm the proud granddaughter of a housekeeper, Sarah Daisy, who raised her 3 children in a 1-bedroom apartment. It was her dream to work in government to help people. That meant taking a typing test. But she didn't know how to type, and she couldn't afford a typewriter. So she put a white piece of paper on the refrigerator and drew a keyboard on it. And every night, she stood in front of that refrigerator and taught herself to type. She took the test, passed it, and got the job she dreamed of. I am her legacy. And tonight, I am a candidate for United States Senate from the great state of Maryland. I've always been inspired by women like my grandmother, women who imagine a better future and then have the grit to make it a reality. One of those women is a friend, a mentor, and a role model. That woman is Kamala Harris. Let me tell you about the Kamala I've known for 14 years. I first heard about her in 2009 when I was running for state's attorney in Prince George's County, Maryland. I read a story in Essence magazine about a district attorney in San Francisco using new ideas to keep her community safe. Few had a better record prosecuting violent crime. She put rapists, child molesters, and murderers behind bars. But what she knew was that violent crime accounts for about 30% of all crimes. For the 70% that are nonviolent, she created a first-of-its-kind program called Back on Track. After serving time and pleading guilty, these low-level offenders would get the job training, GED help, and apprenticeships they needed to find a job. The result? The recidivism rate plummeted. Now, after reading about this super bad district attorney, I talked nonstop about her on the campaign trail. 2 days after I won the election, my phone rings. It's Kamala Harris calling to congratulate me and ask how she could help. She helped me bring Back on Track to Maryland. And wouldn't you know it, crime went down and economic growth went up. Back on Track is now a national model. Now Donald Trump says if Kamala Harris is elected, tough guys will treat her like a play toy. Do you know who else thought that? The drug cartels she busted, the big oil companies she made pay for polluting, the big banks that she made pay $20 billion to homeowners they ripped off. Getting justice for others isn't a power trip for her. It's a sacred calling. And hear me, Kamala Harris knows how to keep criminals off the streets. And come November, with your help, she'll keep one out of the Oval Office. Ever since Donald Trump rode down that ridiculous escalator, we as a nation have felt trapped. Every national decision has been made in reaction to this one man and his extremist MAGA movement. We are still frozen by the fear that Donald Trump might once again come to power. And it's not just our politics that have been trapped, it's our imagination. And then Kamala came along. Kamala has reminded us that we don't need to fear anything, not the future, and certainly not that man. This is our moment to leave Donald Trump where he belongs, in America's past. We stand with Kamala Harris because we as a country are not going back. For the ancestors who sat at lunch counters and made sure that we all had the right to vote, we are not going back. For the mamas and grandmamas who marched to make sure that women could control our own bodies, we are not going back. For the parents who work from can't see in the morning until can't see at night, not so that they will have a better future, but so that their children will have a better life. We are not going back. When facing an obstacle, my father has often said to me, your faith is stronger than your fears. Tonight, our faith is stronger than our fears. Faith in the promise of America, faith in the American idea, in the American values that we share, faith that we, the people, can choose a new leader, a better future for the people. Faith that as dark as our days and challenges have sometimes felt, it's always darkest before the dawn. We know that we can endure for a night because joy cometh in the morning. Morning is coming. Morning is coming. And that joy will be led by Kamala Harris. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Mesa, Arizona Mayor John Giles.
Good evening. I have a confession to make. I'm a lifelong Republican. So I feel a little out of place tonight, but I feel more at home here than in today's Republican Party. The grand old party has been kidnapped by extremists and devolved into a cult, the cult of Donald Trump. Trump doesn't know the first thing about public service. Like a child, he acts purely out of self-interest. We all need an adult in the White House, and we've seen what happens when we don't have one. Trump made a lot of lofty promises: unlimited economic growth, American manufacturing reborn, a secure border. Turns out Donald Trump was all talk. He wanted our votes, but he couldn't deliver a thing. But these days, my city of Mesa, Arizona is on the move. I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week, all because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reached across the aisle and they delivered for my conservative community and countless more across the country. My hero, John McCain, taught us to put country over party. And that's how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will lead too. I have an urgent message for the majority of Americans who, like me, are in the political middle. John McCain's Republican Party is gone, and we don't owe a damn thing to what's been left behind. So let's turn the page. Let's put country first. Let's put adults in the room where our country deserves. Thank you.
Republican mayor talking about feeling at home here in this giant arena full of Democrats, James.
They cheered when he said, it was a good line. I feel
a little out of place here.
I feel out of place, but I feel even more out of place in today's Republican Party. And, Arizona was a very Republican state until 2020. And,
Yeah, and here we are.
Here we are.
Let's go to Jorge Ribas, who's on the floor with a U.S. Senator. Jorge.
Yep. Libby, I'm joined with Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland. Senator, tell me, we just heard Angela Alsabrook speak. She may be your colleague in the Senate. Just tell me how you thought it went and how the night's going for you from your perspective.
Well, first of all, I think Angela Alsabrook did a great job for this convention. She laid out her support for Kamala Harris as president and talked about their background, right? These are both prosecutors. These are both people who have dealt with violent crime successfully in terms of lowering the amount of violent crime, but also people who understood that people who are not involved in violent crime but get caught up in the criminal justice system should be given another path. So I think she captured the essence of that issue beautifully. As for the whole convention, This is a real celebration of America. This is about the future. You heard Angela Alsorbrook say, we're not going back. And Donald Trump is way, and we want to make sure he's in the dustbin of history.
Let me ask you, okay, so there's, obviously the mood here is electric. It's been described to me. We have to go. Tammy Duckworth is talking, but thank you so much for speaking to me. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I went to war to protect America's rights and freedoms. So I take it personally when a five-time draft-dodging coward like Donald Trump tries to take away my rights and freedoms in return, especially when it concerns my daughters. My girls, gamer girl Abigail and queen of the monkey bars, Miley, are everything to me. But they would never have been born without access to reproductive care. Because after 10 years of struggling with infertility, I was only able to have them through the miracle of IVF. But now, Trump's anti-woman crusade has put other Americans' right to have their own families at risk. Because if they win, Republicans will not stop at banning abortion. They will come for IVF next. They'll prosecute doctors. They will shame and spy on women. And if you think that's far-fetched, just look up what happened in Alabama last year. So let me say to every would-be parent, I see you, I'm with you. And together, in November, we'll send a message to old Cadet Bone Spurs. Stay out of our doctors' offices, and where you're at it, out of the Oval Office too. Look, my struggle with infertility was more painful than any wound I earned on the battlefield. So how dare a convicted felon like Donald Trump treat women seeking health care like they're the ones breaking the law? How dare J.D. Vance criticize childless women on cable news, then vote against legislation that would have actually helped Americans to start families? How dare the GOP endanger the dreams of countless veterans whose combat wounds prevent them from having kids without IVF, punishing our heroes for their willingness to serve? It's simple. Every American deserves the right to be called mommy or daddy without being treated like a criminal. Kamala Harris believes that. So let's make some history and elect her in November. God bless America.
This is my dad, Doug. He was raised in Jersey, moved to LA when he was 16. These are his parents, Barb and Mike. They think he walks on water. This is what he wore to his bar mitzvah. And here's him at summer camp. They voted him most athletic, so he says. This is a photo McDonald's used when he was Employee of the Month. It hung on our wall for years. My dad is a lawyer, a really good one. My mom called him the crisis guy because he was everyone's first call. My parents split when I was in middle school, and that wasn't easy. That's not easy for any kid. But it helped that my parents stayed friends, and we all kept hanging together. We grew closer than ever. And then he met Kamala, the blind date that would dramatically change all of our lives forever. It was my senior year of high school. Elle and I would laugh watching them fall in love, acting like teenagers. In 2014, Kamala became Mamala. She took over Sunday night dinners and taught Doug how to actually cook. Our blended family wasn't used to politics or the spotlight, but when Kamala became senator, we were all excited to step up, especially my dad. Then Kamala became vice president. It felt like Doug was a bit out of place on Capitol Hill. I thought, what is my goofy dad doing here? But he embraced it. He left his practice after being a lawyer for 30 years. That was tough. I was so proud to watch him do it, to stand by her side, an example of true partnership. I just got married myself, and he's inspired me as a new husband. Anyone who really gets close to him knows he's kind, loving, and fiercely protective. I mean, just look at this face. This is my dad, the first second gentleman in the history of this nation. He's found his voice around the issues that matter to him.
You have no choice but to speak up and speak out.
There is an epidemic of hate, including a crisis of anti-Semitism in our country and around the world.
What they are doing on reproductive freedom and freedom in general is just outrageous.
And next, he's gonna make history again as the first gentleman. I can't wait for everyone to get to know why we all love him. He's the glue that keeps this family together. We might not look like other families in the White House, but we are ready to represent all families in America.
Please welcome my dad, the second gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much.
I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. And maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what you've seen over these past 4 years, and especially these past 4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well, but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires a basic curiosity in just how people are doing. Her empathy is her strength. Over the past decade, Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they'd come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared because Kamala is going to prosecute the case. And in the same breath that Cole and Greenlee told us that they were engaged, they asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused, and all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart. She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours too. Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that she loves. Her passion will benefit all of us when she's our president. And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just ask the criminals, the global gangsters, and the witnesses before the Senate Judiciary Committee. She never runs from a fight. And she knows the best way to deal with a coward is to take him head on. Because we all know cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about. That look is not just a meme. It reflects her true belief in honest and direct leadership. And it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense. Kamala knows that in order to win, we cannot lose focus. America, in this election, you have to decide who to trust with your family's future. I trusted Kamala with our family's future. It was the best decision I ever made. This Thursday will be our 10th wedding anniversary, which I know it means I'm about to hear that embarrassing voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness, with that laugh and that look, with compassion and conviction. She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come from, whatever we look like, we're strongest when we fight for what we believe in, not just against what we fear. Kamala Harris was exactly the right person for me at an important moment in my life. And at this moment in our nation's history, she is exactly the right president. Thank you so much.
Please welcome former First Lady Michelle Obama.
Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. To be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, "Don't sit around and complain about things. Do something." So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hard-working, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black. to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs? Misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So, we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because you all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher, yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next President and Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless. Now, before I go, I have one more job tonight. One more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's enough. Thank you. Chicago, it's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president. Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend. Now, the torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling, where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future? About my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't, do not boo. vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom, since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics, from a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid, and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents. Just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias, that will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union, or put poison in our rivers, or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division. But it won't work for us to make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives. We need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true Democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer. And dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good. Discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. Now, I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other, and troll each other, and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother. the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Peru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Peru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between, we have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War, our bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States and Tim Walz as the next Vice President of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in. And together, we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Former President Barack Obama following his wife, First Lady Michelle Obama, in speeches that called for Americans to take action, to vote, and to work towards the kind of America that they believe Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can envision. Rhonda, takeaways from the messages of these two statesmen and really celebrities of the Democratic Party.
That's right. They were two speeches that were highly anticipated by delegates, and people watching at home. First, with Michelle Obama, what's striking about her is that she can fit a unique role. She can say things in frankness that her husband can't say, that leaders of the party can't say, and reach people. And she fits a role in this party where she's able to talk to people who don't follow politics all the time. I remember when she also did an address when it was virtual in 2020. That resonated with a lot of people because she is able to say things that they're thinking and get them energized. And then with the former president, he's kind of a mix of both of those things, but he's also able to, talk about some policies that need to be put forward and why the candidates, Harris and Walz, can do those things. So they're sort of two sides of the same coin, but I think Michelle Obama kind of hit some notes that a lot of people will be talking about tomorrow.
Barack Obama talked about Joe Biden. First person we've heard tonight talk about President Joe Biden, and then he talked about moving forward and really this passing of the torch to a new generation, James.
Yeah, and that was the line he used. The torch has been passed, and then just pivoted completely.
No more Joe Biden.
No more Joe Biden. And even Michelle Obama, you could be forgiven. I mean, these are generational political talents, Michelle and Barack Obama, for forgetting that there is a current Democrat in the White House. She talked about how you haven't felt hope in a while, how you've felt this darkness inside. She's obviously referring to Donald Trump, but Democrats have been in charge for 3.5 years, and that gets at the tension of this whole week, the balancing act for Kamala Harris, which is that she is trying to be a change agent in a country where 2/3 of Americans think we're on the wrong track, but at the same time take credit for the accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration.
Let's go to Jorge Ribas, who is on the floor with delegates for that Obama speech, talking to delegates who were there. Jorge, tell us more.
Yeah, Libby. So, we were down here on the floor, and a lot of cheering, a lot of applause during the former president's speech. I'm here with Michael Owens, who's the mayor of Mableton, Georgia. Mayor, tell me, how did you feel? What were the points in the speech that really resonated with you, hearing from the former president tonight?
I mean, there's so much after having President Obama, who we all loved so much throughout his tenure and still revere a lot, to have him come here tonight to really kind of talk about moving us forward and how we can move forward and things that we need to do specifically, activating us, motivating us. That's what President Obama has done, and it's what he does great, and I think that's obviously what we saw him do tonight.
Do you think there's anything, obviously everyone here tonight wants to be here, but there's people that are at home or watching, people that are still undecided voters on the fence, some voters maybe on the left that are a little concerned about some of the issues that are going on with the Democrats. What do you think there's anything that he said in particular that maybe resonated or brought some of the voters that are hesitant, voters that are still undecided, that maybe heard what he had to say and thought, I want to give the vice president my vote in this election?
I think former President Obama is a game changer. He has been, he's always been a game changer. And I think him leaning in deeply to show his support for Vice President Kamala Harris, knowing that he's done the job and how well he acted as president, and knowing and giving everyone, us here, but also, as you said, people at home, people that may be undecided, that came out and supported Obama in massive numbers. Those are the voters that we need to get off the couch and make sure they show back up. He was speaking to them tonight. He wanted to make sure that they got off the couch and showed up in November to vote for Kamala Harris. And I think he was successful at that.
He talked a lot about former President Trump as well, and he hit a lot about, what the differences really. What do you think that meant in just kind of really going right at some of the differences and some of the things that the former president has said and done?
Sure, I think he needed to. President Obama is the ultimate validator. So when he speaks from such a sense of belief and conviction, that that's a galvanizing force. So when he comes out strong, I think he needs to. Remember, there were a lot of people that were leaning to the right, Republicans, let's just call it like it is. There are a lot of Republicans that voted for President Obama. We need those same voters to turn out and vote for Kamala Harris. That is why it was key to have him here tonight, to speak with that conviction, to speak directly to those undecided voters, to those independent voters, to those voters that may be leaning right and may be looking to lean back right again, to bring them back into the fold, because they understand that Kamala Harris is the only real choice. And just like they voted for Obama in 2008 and 2012, they're going to turn back around in 2014 and vote for a Vice President, Kamala Harris, to be president.
Well, Mayor, thank you for your time, and Libby, back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Jorge. Let's go from the floor to JM Rieger, who's been watching from our Washington, D.C. studios. JM, there were direct references to Donald Trump. What do you make of how the Obamas were taking him on and criticizing him directly?
Democrats are trying to galvanize their base, especially around sort of the lightning rod that is Donald Trump. He's a uniquely unifying figure for Democrats. For how divided Democrats have seemed to have been in past weeks or months here, as there was talk about whether to replace Biden atop the ticket, they are remarkably unified this week. And it felt that the speeches from the Obamas especially were sort of the culmination of the first 2 days here of trying to make this a big tent event for the Democratic Party. We just heard it in Jorge's interview there with the delegate, talking about bringing in those undecideds, those independents, those Republican voters. And we've seen primetime slots given to Republicans. Stephanie Grissom tonight, the mayor of Mesa, Arizona, talking. This is an effort by Democrats to broaden things and to sort of run it back, if you will, to that Obama 2008 coalition, especially trying to recreate that again in 2024. We'll see, obviously, in the weeks ahead here whether Democrats did that. But both of those speeches from both Michelle and Barack Obama seem to hit on those themes and really hit the mark tonight.
Yeah, James, it's also like it's time for them to just say it, right? Like there's sort of the oblique references at times. I think Michelle Obama especially has been, as Rhonda, you said it so well. She's so frank and she's like talking like a non-politician, but there's also been like a sensitivity and like a measure of like politeness, but they're just like saying it now.
I thought that the goal of tonight was to get under Trump's skin. I think that they believe that there's a real political upside in getting in his head and pissing him off. Barack Obama using his hands to make a joke about
how obsessed Trump is about crowd size. Like, what's up with that?
You can just imagine Trump seeing that clip at Mar-a-Lago and losing it on Truth Social, which is what they want. Because if Donald Trump is in a fight with Barack Obama and attacking Obama, he's not making a substantive policy case against Kamala Harris. And Barack Obama is very popular.
And also, like Michelle Obama saying, like he is, he was. We all know, of course, the history of this here is that Donald Trump was the person who was driving the birther thing, this bogus idea that Barack Hussein Obama was not born in America, that his birth certificate was somehow forged or not real, his birth certificate from Hawaii. And what she was saying, when she said it directly, he was afraid of two successful black professionals. And that got the crowd really focused here, Rhonda.
Yeah, and she's said a lot of these things like that before too. Now that they're out of the White House, there is a little bit more of some flexibility. Frankness, as I said earlier, that she's able to express. She's talked about how they had to be in a White House where they were observed, scrutinized in ways that perhaps their predecessors weren't. And with black people, they know they were not going to get another chance, and they did not want to mess anything up for anybody else coming down the line, any other people of color who might be running for president. So she has said those things out loud. I also think, we can point out that the effectiveness of the Obamas is that we don't see them all of the time. Yes, we do know that the former President Obama has said that he will help the Harris campaign in any way he can. There probably is a lot going on behind the scenes. He's probably extended some of the folks that helped him win, but they're not out. They're not loud. They're not doing cable TV interviews or hits all the time. So that adds to their effectiveness to reach crowds and reach people who are tuning in and saying, I haven't heard them for a while. What do they have to say? And especially with Michelle Obama, she's able to talk to those folks who aren't eating and breathing politics. Even though she said some frank things, they don't come across as overly partisan or partisan at all. And people can really respond well to that. And that speaks to the middle of the country who don't feel they have, they fit in either party, and they just want people to govern. And they're tired of politics. She is able to do that in a way that I don't think the Democratic Party has many messengers who can do it the way she can. So, I think they both hit all of the marks they were supposed to today. And we'll see what the headlines say tomorrow, but I really think that they were used for this moment and really energized the crowd to move forward.
Yeah, something that James and you had both noted was, there was so much energy in here for the roll call of the states, right? The ceremonial roll call. And then when the politicians came on, even ones who the progressives in this room love, like Bernie Sanders, it just got a lot. People were kind of milling around, not always listening, just meet and greeting and stuff like that. This room was locked in for the Obamas, and they were attentive, they were focused. At times you couldn't hear what they were saying only because the crowd couldn't stop cheering. So it really did refocus everyone, and that's of course they were the keynotes. That's who they were here to see. JM Rieger, one message we heard from Michelle Obama, something we have heard before from her: make a plan to vote. Talk to your friends, talk to your neighbors, make a plan to vote. What does the get out the vote plan by Democrats need to look like, and how can the Obamas be a part of that in the next 70 some days?
I thought it was notable that both Michelle and Barack Obama almost sort of tried to temper expectations a little bit for Democrats, for how much we've talked about how much the momentum and the enthusiasm is and the unity is with Democrats right now, as in some ways you'd expect at a National Party convention. I thought it was interesting that we heard from Barack Obama that "don't boo, vote" line, which she's used before. Michelle Obama said at one point, quote, "We cannot be our own worst enemies," talking about divisions, that theme of unity again coming up there. I mean, just from a surrogate standpoint, we saw it even in the vice presidential hunt, right, for Harris, which was the surrogate operation from Democrats was actually quite remarkable in that sort of stretch right after Biden dropped out. And, I think you expect to see that. You expect to see folks like maybe a Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania, on the campaign trail sort of nonstop. Biden has said he will be a, quote, volunteer, as he's put it, for the Harris campaign and getting out there. But again, both of these campaigns are increasingly viewing this as a base and a turnout election. And some of this is going to be really just getting that get out the vote, getting those operatives on the ground. And I will note that Trump is relying on a bit of an unorthodox strategy, relying a little bit on Turning Point USA, which is a political organization, their operation for some of their ground game. So it's a risky strategy, in some ways unconventional, I think is maybe a more generous way of putting it, that could sort of cut both ways for them. But, Democrats, I think, trying to get some of these big time figures out there more.
All right, thanks so much, JM. Rhonda, final thoughts from you as we wrap up night 2 and look ahead to night 3.
I was trying to remind myself, what was the theme, the formal theme of the night, and it was a bold vision for Americans. But I really think today is just building all that enthusiasm. They started with it yesterday with so many speakers. President Biden, of course, giving his swan song. going into this night, a lot of, names. We had Republicans who said they're not abandoning their party. They just feel more at home here. You've had celebrities, and of course you had the Obamas. It's showing that the Democrats want to convey to the world that it's our America versus the Trump America, and that stark contrast. So I expect that to be a continued theme, the actual theme likely for the rest of the week.
The Republican convention was about a man, Donald Trump. This convention's about a movement. It's about more than just Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. You saw Barack Obama and Michelle Obama connecting what we saw in 2008 with what we're seeing in 2024, that this is all part of a through line. And what we haven't talked about yet with Obama's speech was something that was elevated and pretty poignant, where he was talking about showing grace to the other side, appealing to our higher angels. Obviously, there was a lot of partisanship. It's a Democratic convention, but I do think there are very few figures who can give that sort of message, and I expect that's a preview of what we're going to hear from Kamala Harris, which is an attempt to recreate that magic, as Michelle Obama called it, of 2008, where there was this real hope that you could break the fever. And Joe Biden had promised in 2020 he was going to try to reduce the temperature, that he had all these relationships with Senate Republicans from his time in the Senate. And we feel as divided now as we were 4 years ago. And it feels like there's an effort underway to make the case to voters that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz just might be able to do it.
Something else that I want to point out that Barack Obama talked about was almost like a reference to cancel culture.
Yeah.
He talked about, there can be the old people at the, in your family who might say the thing that's uncomfortable, but that's also part of this. Like, you can still belong here even if
you don't get the words exactly right.
Yeah, which is an interesting message for former President Obama to talk about. Well, tomorrow night, a lot coming up. As night 2 draws to a close, let's mention briefly what's coming up tomorrow night. The headliner tomorrow is Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Democrats' nominee for vice president. We do expect him to be introduced by his wife, Gwen. And then among other speakers tomorrow night, we are looking at Bill Clinton, Pete Buttigieg, Nancy Pelosi. So Democrats will be really trying to rev up and hear from some of their big party leaders, but also build up to the climax of Tim Walz. And then ultimately, of course, Thursday night, Kamala Harris makes her case for being the next president. I'm Libby Casey. Great thanks to Rhonda and James and all of our team here. Thank you for watching with the Washington Post. We'll be back broadcasting tomorrow night.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds. I know Donald Trump's type.
The 2024 election is in full swing. For every key campaign moment, the Washington Post is there, bringing you live coverage with insight and analysis. From landmark Supreme Court decisions to the sentencing of Donald Trump. We'll be on location reporting live from the Republican and Democratic national conventions and the presidential and vice presidential debates. It all leads up to our 2024 Election Night Special, providing real-time race calls, live updates from our reporters on the ground, monitoring the pivotal races that will determine the balance of power in Washington and the future of our country. No one covers politics and elections like the Washington Post, because democracy dies in darkness.